Hi there, everybody. And yep, my green screen is fucked up. Look at that. Oh
Oh,
there we
no.
go. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 38 of the Isles of Iverion campaign. Boy, is there quite the session in store today, because we have a new player character here with us. So, before we dive into the game and we get our little summary going on and all that good stuff, there is one thing that I want to address. Oh, by the way, if you'll notice, thanks to thanks to Gemma, Nalthian now has his new cloak on stream.
Oh, I just noticed that.
Yeah.
It's so good. Yay. Thank you, Gemma. You're the best.
And of course,
Much better than that lime green job that Joe did.
hey
So.
man, I gave it the white trim. I don't know what you're
Nah,
mad
fam.
about.
Or, fun fact, it's not actually green because color theory. Woo! Anyway.
Oop.
I don't know what to do with that information. Okay. All right. So, anyway, there's just one thing that I wanted to address very quickly about the Lila 0.5. So this is something especially important for you, Felicity, because
Okay.
I made a boo-boo, and it's not a big deal, but it's just I got a lot going on as a DM. So this is one small mistake. So the thing is you and Professor Finch wouldn't have been able to find the ruins right away. Professor Finch would have encouraged you to go to a small port city named Mykonos, and from there try and find somebody who could point you in the right direction. So that's thing one. Thing two is the thing you would have used to find that is you would have found in that book, in relation to those golden sisters, there would have been these dwarvish like writings, these dwarvish symbols attached to them. And that was really the only thing that you had to go off of for like any type of writing or any indicator of a civilization. So you and Professor Finch used those symbols in Mykonos to try and find out where to go. And eventually, Professor Finch said that he found someone who told them to the right place to go, showing those symbols. And then the two of you went off towards the dock, and then everything else stayed the same.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's just that one little detail to connect Lila to the Dowie. That's like the big thing.
Gotcha.
So yeah, not a huge thing, but it's just something very important because the party's going to be like, yeah, we heard that you were in Mykonos, and you were going to be like, I was never in Mykonos.
Yeah.
So yes, there you go. You were in Mykonos. It was a lovely city. And Lila got to do lizard racing while she was there.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jealous.
Okay. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and roll the intro, and then we'll dive in. And it was so terrible. All right, hello everybody, we're back. Oh man.
Wow. What happened to fucking the boys? They looked so tragic on there.
Eyeless raccoon.
It's so cursed.
Because here's the thing. The reason why
No.
I was
I was just present at the end and
I
then
kn-
disappeared. Oh,
I
that's
know
good.
the reason why that happened was because I couldn't find the editable file anymore. Like, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to remake the entire intro to put Lila in there, but I didn't have that much time. So what I had to do is I had to take the old one, the base video file with none of the separate levels or channels, and I had to do like a color key on the background to delete the background so I could put Lila in there.
Oh my god.
And that's why the raccoons were eyeless and Lila stayed there for an extra 3 seconds because I didn't have time to double check anything. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive into tonight's session. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I have the players do the summary as opposed to me. And this week, I believe it is Gemma, correct, for the summary?
Indeed.
Fucking sick. All right, Gemma. Well, whenever you're ready, feel free to take it away.
Yes. So, in the beginning of the session, Miatso asked to speak with Nalfian that next morning to kind of apologize for his little bit of anger. But Nalfian kind of pulls a little bit of a 180 on him, wanting to offer his own apology, both obviously in respect to their recent conversation the previous day. Previous day? Maybe the last couple of days. I don't know. Actually, no, previous day. Anyway, so that happens, and we're also called up to talk with Heather Scott to make a little stop at something he promises to be a little moment of respite in the Thralian kind of holiday island of Mykonos, which is a cool Heather Scoot, yes, which is a fun little city with climate control. And so we get there, have a little bit of a discussion with like the harbour master or whatever it is, docks master, I don't know. And as we're going through the streets there, Nalfian has a little go at a little shell game run by a little Fire Genasi. And the party gets to the Medusa's Head Inn? Yeah, I can speak. Which is running a little karaoke night.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about karaoke. Oh.
And so, Nalfian is the first to go from the party, and he ends up having to win the privilege to sing a duet with Eurydice. But it's truly Blossom and Eurydice that prove to be the true karaoke power couple. And so, as those two are enjoying themselves, Nalfian steps outside with Twig, who's a little less comfortable with all the noise, and he also takes the opportunity to ask about her parents that raised her. Learning that and why she was sent off to stay with Aunt Beth, learning that it was largely because of her mom having very strong ideas about the way that Twig should behave and act. And the conversation also moves into talking about how Nalfian started to distance himself from the Banyan name. But after that, they start heading back to the inn, and are confronted by this rat of a man warning that there was an individual asking about the runes, like the ones that Twig wears on her, and that this individual has disappeared, and so, Twig should probably not wear them. But we didn't really appreciate the vibes he was giving off, and so try and head out, but he yells after us and gets the attention of guards who come over to check on us, and we end up getting promised to be put in touch with a Professor Finch who had been looking for the missing individual. And so we get back to the inn, have some pizza, enjoy ourselves, and meet with Finch later that evening.
I'm sorry, it was focaccia. It wasn't pizza.
I thought we had pizza.
Oh no, you did. Sorry, that was Salamander Coast. They had focaccia. I'm sorry.
Yeah, fuck off. I remember things.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, we meet Finch, and he details how this missing person, Lila, had an interest in astral bodies, which led to the pair going to investigate ruins along the coast with Finch. And their ship was attacked, and the pair separated, and so we agree to help him find her again, as there's kind of shared interest in the Dowie there. But before heading to bed, Eurydice and Nalfian have a little talk about Eurydice's recent reckless actions, and basically both make a promise to themselves to make wiser decisions in future, something that Nalfian immediately goes against, explicitly saying that, they can quote-unquote go fuck himself. And so during that long rest, he gets a little dream visit from our beloved demon, which is very much just putting Nalfian back into his place, and, him just asserting his grasp that he has over Eurydice, and Nalfian's inability to do or say anything unless he wants a visit from his little murderous mother Malice. And so he can't really do much about that, and so we just get to that next morning where we head out with Professor Finch, and kind of currently reaching the shoreline and hope to find this random Lila person who, I don't know, she seems kind of cool. But yeah.
Okay. So with that, all of you now traversing through the water, we're going to go ahead and pick up right there. So you can hear the sound of water lapping against the coast as the ship slowly approaches. You can also hear the sounds of the forest echoing out past the coastline. There is a tense atmosphere to the air as you get closer and closer. You can see that with very watchful eyes, like a hawk perched on a tree, Professor Finch stands near the bow of the ship, looking and waiting. And he makes his way over to Captain Heather Scott, and he says something briefly to him, and Captain Heather Scott shouts out a command to raise the sails and drop the anchor, maybe a 15-minute row away from where he said that you needed to go. And Professor Finch will make his way up to all of you and say, last time we arrived here, we were attacked immediately as our ship arrived on the shore. I think that arriving in the cover of night on a rowboat would provide us the necessary cover we need. So, if it's all right with you, I think that is what is the best situation here.
And what time is it now, Joe?
It's about 9-10 o'clock at night.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nelfin will just kind of like take a look around. What does this island look like?
So this isn't an island. It's just embedded.
Just a coastline?
It's the coastline, yeah. Like
Yeah.
to the actual like continent.
Okay.
It's not like a jungled area as much as this art would lead you to believe. It's much more of a temperate forest starting to get its color back, starting to
Gotcha.
sprout greens and golds in the tree line, whereas, up until maybe a month ago these would have all been like dead trees, but now the forest is returning back to life.
Okay. Nelfin then will just kind of like resting his hands on his sword belt, looking at, Twig and Eurydice and Blossom, and just say, all right, are we ready to go? We would
I
hang
guess
out
so.
here all night. All right, Eurydice?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems nothing else to really prepare or get ready.
How does Finch look? Is he excited or nervous or?
Definitely nervous. You can see that he is currently just that ring on his ring finger, currently just sort of twisting it around. A nervous tick of his.
Finch? Okay.
Fitch. Okay.
Then Nelfin will start lowering the rowboat and ushering everyone to get inside. And
All right. So yeah, you on the actual rowboat itself, along with Gunnar Mackey on the boat itself. After everyone gets in, lower down, and begin to paddle. So with that, you begin to coast and paddle, slowly getting up towards the coastline. Now, let me.
Preemptively, I'm gonna summon Echo now because of what Finch saying about having been attacked before, just to be safe.
Okay, that is good to know.
And it's weird because I feel like there's not a lot of room in a rowboat, so they're just kind of like sitting on top of each other, which
Like-
I feel like is a very strange image, but
Like two Sims characters just glitching into one another.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
like sitting on his lap.
I don't know about that.
Incorporeal, yeah. So, they're just kind of like sitting, glitching in between each other.
Okay, alrighty. Sounds good. So with that, the group of you, what would be the 5 of you and Echo Nalfian, you row and row until eventually you can start to see something clear up in the distance. A rocky shore that seems to have some type of pedestals and ruins sitting there. Now, as you begin to row, I'd like everybody to make a perception check as you're looking out onto the coast in the dead of night.
Okay.
19 from Twig.
19.
Check my. Oh, nice. Oh, 19 from Nalfian.
Nice.
Where's the Oscar? 19 now.
I'm so sorry. I'm a disappointment. It's a 16.
No.
16.
Nah.
Oh, damn. And then here, I'll roll for Blossom real quick. Let me just...
I also dropped my dice everywhere, so give me a second.
Okay, Blossom, they are looking at a bum, 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 bum. Perception is a +4. Oh, they're looking at an 18. All right. Okay. So still a disappointment, though. And Professor Finch, perception, looking at a +3. That's going to be a 16 from him. Okay. So I will say all of you are able to notice generally what you see on the coastline. But Nalfian and Twig, you two see something, well, something very interesting. So generally, what all of you see is there are these 4 sort of glowing motes of light, shifting and changing in the shimmering moonlight. As you get closer and closer, they seem to be stout figures, broad-shouldered but short, squat, maybe 4.5 to 4 feet tall. You recognize them as dwarves. Some of them are currently glowing, like practically on fire, but standing still, illuminating the area around them. And you can see that there are 2 heavily armored of these dwarves standing shoulder to shoulder next to this dwarf that is on fire.
Is it too far away to see if they have runes carved on them?
Yes, it would be too far away. All you can tell is that
Okay.
the one is on fire and the other 2 are wearing a metal armor.
Okay.
You can also see that there are these small, round, like, balls of gold that are maybe like 2 feet in diameter that are just sort of embedded into the coast in different places. But that is generally what all of you see, and you can see that on the very edge near the mountain, near the rocky coast, you can see what looks to be an entry point of some kind, maybe a gate or a doorway, where 2 of those guards and 1 of those dwarves on fire currently stand. So you can see them all clustered together here, but Nalfian and Eurydice, the 2 of you are able to see a woman currently asleep, sitting inside a cage near the coastline. It's a little hard to see. In fact, it's very hard to see because there's currently what looks to be a half broken down stone wall around her, but she is in a she's in a cage right now, and she is currently looks like she's asleep. And with that, Lila, I'd like you to go ahead and describe your character, and don't worry, we'll get to how you ended up here in a moment.
I was like, apparently she's in a cage. Well, Lila is very pink. She's wearing a long pink dress. She has brown hair at the roots that fade into a bright pink. Even her skin has this like tan pink rose color to it. She has lilac colored eyes. And when you guys get closer to her, she smells like lilacs. She has jewelry all on her fingers, all on her fingers, not all on her ring.
Rings on our rings.
Yep. And she's just genuinely like gives off a very bright kind of presence. She's wearing gold breastplate that is very clean compared to the rest of her dress. It's like almost like perfect. But the rest of her dress is kind of ruined probably right now just from the events of the day. And I don't know if it's with her right now, but she does usually carry with her a golden bow with golden arrows and quiver. And she does have a 4-star pendant hanging from her neck. And that's Lila.
Okay, all right. And you can see all of that. And you can even see that the bow and arrow is near her. It's just outside of the cage, away from her reach, right
And
around here.
Nalfian quickly described that to Professor Finch and just like, is this who we're looking for?
Yes, that is her. And he'll look and see. Very good. And with that, I'll go ahead and pull all of you to the scene right here. It might take a hot second to load, so just
Oh, okay.
give it a minute.
It's faster than it. This is pretty.
Still waiting.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Oh, look at
also
her.
waiting.
It's so tiny down here.
Okay, let me refresh.
Oh, there we go.
Oof, oof. She's very far. Okay.
I was worried for a second this was not going to load for me, but it looks pretty cool.
Okay.
No, I've learned my lesson about super big maps, all right? This one should be well within the confines of what your computer can handle. I hope.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I
Big
remember
Probably
how-
my Wi-Fi. I'm guessing not. I'm reloading in.
Aw.
Okay. Nalfian is going to. Thanks, Joe, for answering my question.
Yeah, no problem. That's not something you guys would know right now, but
Yeah, no, I just.
Okay.
Yeah. How high is this? Like, can they see us from where we are? Is that a ledge kind of giving us a little bit of cover right
no. Because you are coming up in the cover of night, I will say that you can see that as you approach, Professor Finch would have cast a small darkness spell, shrouding your ship in darkness, sort of rolling in with the fog. So now that you're docked, these dwarves, unless you give them a reason to, they cannot see you.
Okay.
If you're going to move forward anywhere, I'd still like you to make some stealth checks.
Well, Nalf's gonna turn and make a plan first.
But yeah, you can have some hushed whispered talk and not have to
Okay.
worry about it. Yeah.
Alright. Nalfian's gonna turn to everyone and say, alright, so I think I can get to her pretty quickly. And quietly. I don't know what those things are up there. Professor, I assume that's what attacked you, correct?
They were part of the problem. The main thing I'm worried about is if we are found out, there are these women, known as the Golden Sisters. They were the people who lived on these lands many thousands of years ago. They are very powerful mages and warriors. If they should find us, then that will be a major problem.
Well, let's not get caught then.
Couldn't agree more.
I can probably get to her, but if you all follow behind, I'd recommend staying quiet and out of sight, and let me get to the cage.
You want me to say something to her first? I can message, just me.
Nalfian, like,
Maybe
takes
let her
a
know that
moment.
if a drow
What?
suddenly runs up, that it's okay.
I
You can
wouldn't.
see his face make a make a little cringe for a moment, and then he fixes it, and he'll just say, "Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead."
If it is any consolation, I wouldn't worry too much about the drow issue. One of her favorite professors at the college was a drow, so.
Oh, I didn't. Yuri kind of realizes what she said. She's like, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant like somebody in like armor and just like suddenly with like a magic just run.
Nalfian just
Eddie.
puts his hand on her shoulder. It's all right. I know what you meant. Okay,
Okay.
tell her.
Is that? Never mind. I was just gonna
Wait,
ask,
what did you say?
from Nalfian's perspective, if somebody else uses the word drow, like, is that like?
Nah,
is that
that's
like,
fine.
okay.
Nah, but
Can only a
That was
drow
so-
call another a drow?
I realized what I
first
said.
of all, it was just kind of funny because you're like, yeah, her favorite professor is a drow. Yeah, my friend's black. Like, it's like one of those. Like, all right.
It's okay,
Oh.
Lila's in, so it's fine.
I love. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, Nalfian like is giving you a very genuine look. He thought it was funny. You're gonna see. And he just puts his hand on your shoulder and just says, "Go ahead."
Okay. This works if Lila's asleep, doesn't it? Right? They'll like wake her up.
I suppose it would work actually. Yeah. I'm looking at the spell, and yeah, that would work.
Okay. Then Yuri's gonna just look to where Lila is. And she's gonna say, person, and we're gonna try and help you. So just don't if somebody runs up towards your cage.
So, Lila, as you are lying there in this motionless, voidless sleep, consciousness returns to you, and before you respond, Flashback.
Flashback.
As we return to where you were just moments after we ended the session, point 5. That woman with a golden mask exiting out of the doorway in this very strange place, this realm of sand and heat. You can see the constellation still glowing above your head, and you can see this woman approach you. What looks to be some kind of halo on her head, along with tattered scrolls and pieces of parchment with writing on them, a book clinging to her side, in this short sword, but with an extended handle in her hand. She slowly begins to walk towards you, speaking in a tongue that you do not recognize. The only way you recognize it is it's the exact same way that the dwarf woman was talking to the same golden sister. As she speaks to you, she points that sword up at you. And she continues to walk towards you. What do you do?
She's going to the best thing she could try to do. I remember you saying what the language she speaks in kind of sounded like a combination of like a couple different languages. So Lila's going to just rattle off every single language she knows and say hello, and like kind of like timidly like slowly back up a little bit, just like as she's approaching, just like in Celestial, Elvish, Primordial, Sylvan, trying to say like, hello, I don't mean any harm, kind of doing one of those things.
Okay. As you speak Celestial, there is while you can't see the face of the creature, there is a pause. Sword still pointed up at you, but there's a pause.
In Celestial, she'll just continue to speak then. Me and my colleague were just trying to study the star, and she's going to point up at the constellation. Any reaction from that?
You can see this golden sister. She looks up and looks at the constellations, and then looks back to you and takes another step.
This might not help her, but she's going. I think she knows better not to do that. Okay, well then if she's still pointing the sword at her, Lila will again say that she means no harm, but then take out her bow and arrow and kind of knock it, just kind of ready. She's like, I don't mean to hurt at you, nobody. Just here on research. Just kind of reiterating those things.
The golden sister will stop for a moment and look at the bow and the arrows, and then at you. And in Celestial, she'll respond. And it's broken. It's very hard to understand. It's like translating on the fly a text where every other word is missing.
Mm-hmm.
But the general meaning you get is, if you plan to take a shot, you better not miss.
Jesus, okay. And then, let me think. So she will, and I don't know how much this will work, but she'll drop the bow and arrow, lift up her hands, but then cast spiritual weapon behind her where she can't see.
Okay.
And she's not gonna hit her, because Lila's gonna say, I don't mean to take a shot, But the spiritual weapon is there for if she attacks, then the spiritual weapon will attack.
Okay.
Spiritual weapon looks like a it's a big four-pointed star, but like sharp, almost like a ninja star, but big and not glowing right now, but because we don't want to distract her, but it's like that, and it's like kind of floating behind her.
Okay. All right. So you can see from the surge of magic, specifically the surge of divine magic, you can see her skin does kind of, she shudders a little bit. And she looks at you and says, once again, hard to understand in Celestial, but the general gist is, do not worry, child. I will return you home. And she begins to step closer and closer towards you. And it's up to you if you'd like to swing the spiritual weapon or not. Because right now behind you is the pool of water that you fell in, and that's it.
I don't know. Did it seem threatening the way she said that?
It's really hard to tell meaning when you're kind of like just distilling the information from a broken sentence that you barely get.
Sure, out of fear, because she doesn't know. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. So with that, she walks up to you. She doesn't attack you, but she places her hand on your face. And
Fuck me.
there is this, like, displacement of magic. And you drop. Darkness.
Oh,
Blackness. Nothingness.
Maybe it wasn't better.
As you just float. And you have moments of remembrance. Things that you kind of click on. Moments where you were sort of fading in and out of consciousness. The most odd part was there was at one point in this void of nothingness, you had your consciousness return to you in just a moment after being exposed to this massive amount of light. And as you looked around, you could see sandy dunes as far as the eye could see. Massive cities of sandstone, an oasis, small pools of water and palm trees. And as soon as it was there, it was gone. And now you awake in a cage in the forest, the same coastline where you and Professor Finch had arrived initially, hearing a woman's voice. And Eurydice, if you just want to repeat your message one more time, since it has each man a minute.
It's been a little bit.
Yeah. So she said, "Hi, I'm Eurydice. We're working with Professor Finch. We're gonna try and help you. Don't panic if someone runs up to your cage. We're just trying to help."
She will, after blinking awake, slowly register that and just say, "Okay, thank you." And she will not like jolt awake, but like kind of lay down, but definitely alert, waiting for somebody to come.
Okay. And Lila, you can see your bow and arrow while it's not on you. It is close to you, maybe 15 feet away underneath this tree right here.
Cool, cool. She will keep that in mind and be ready to snatch it when she needs to.
Okay. All right. So then, who is approaching?
Nalfian is. As soon as Eurydice gives him, like, the nod, he and Echo Nalf are gonna do their little run trade places stealthily.
All right. So I'd like you to go ahead and make a stealth check for me with advantage, as Shadow Nalf doesn't really make sounds, but you do make a sound when you
Nice.
trade places with him.
I do. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, just because there was no pressure on any of the grass or sand or stone.
That's okay.
And then, like, when you trade places, there's contact with them. So it's a very light sound, but
That's okay. It's a 23.
23. Okay. So I would say with that, then, without anyone noticing, you would be able to get up to her.
Okay, just quietly, he's going to approach, and can he see that she's like awake?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, as soon as she
Okay.
sees you, she'd probably sit up too.
And then,
then-
Nalfian, as Lila sees you for the first time, paint a word picture. What does Nalfian look like in this moment?
Okay, well, the most handsome, tall drink of water you've ever seen.
And that's
She
it. All right.
smiles Immediately.
No, seriously, he is. He's very tall. I think Nalfian is like 6'6". I'm pretty sure he's a tall boy. Very like charcoal skin, very defined cheekbones, I will say. He's built like a basketball player, so he's not like brawn like a football player would be, but he has very
Mhm.
lean muscle. He has a long green cape on, lined with white, but the rest of his armor is very dark leathers. He has a long sword to his left with a rose-shaped pommel and a small dragon tooth dagger on his right. He has a lightning ring on one finger. He has very long, stark white hair. It's tied up on, like, shaved on both sides, but tied up in a ponytail behind him. And right now, I would say his eyes normally are a bright silver color, but they're probably red right now as he's kind of switched his vision. Brilliant smile on his face at all times. And yeah, that's right. That is what a good knight would say. As he approaches, he would probably say, "Oh, good, you're awake." And he'll immediately say nothing else and start to unlock the cage.
Okay. Does Nalfian have thieves' tools?
I think he does actually.
Oh, I hope he does.
That'd be very handy.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, go ahead and make a thieves' tools check for me, as it is currently locked.
Ooh, that's nice. Okay, 18. What is thieves' tool? Dex, right?
Dex, yeah. And you're not proficient in it, I don't think, so it's just Dex.
No, just straight Dex. Okay, well, I rolled an 18 plus 5.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah. That is gonna be enough there.
Okay. So as soon as he like pops open the lock, he'll just kind of like give a small like reassuring smile, and he'll say, "All right, you're Lila, right?"
Yes. Are you with Finch right now?
I am. Come on.
Okay.
There's crazy fuckers up top. I don't know what they're about. Rather not get into a fight if we can avoid it.
Sounds good. And then she'll pick up the bow and her quiver and get ready to go.
Follow close. Don't make a sound.
I'll try.
And Nalfian is going to try to go back the exact same way, but he realizes he can't really do his little trade places movement because Lila's right behind him, so he's just gonna give her a nod and start moving back towards the boat quietly.
Okay, alrighty.
And she'll follow behind close.
All right, since you're changing up the way that you're going, I'd like both of you to go ahead and make stealth checks for me, all right?
Okay.
All right, first rule of the official campaign, Felicity, don't fuck it up.
That's gonna be spicy. 23.
23?
It's a 6. It's a 6, guys.
6 total?
God, if he runs into
6
Nalfian.
total. She just, trips over the edge. Face plants into sand.
Lands on her neck, breaks it, dies. All right.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I'm just-
wow, okay, Joe.
I'm just
First roll right out of the campaign. So.
No.
I'm just kidding. All right.
Now we love you.
So, Nalfian, you can see that as the two of you are making your way back, she is a little lightheaded. And Lila, you can feel that as well. Definitely very still coming out of it. The shock, the feeling that you got not knowing how long you've been asleep for, just motionless. The energy and rigor isn't exactly back in your muscles and in your bones. So you are a little bit more clumsy on your feet than you normally would be, as you do begin to move and you do end up tripping into Nalfian just a little bit on accident. Nalfian, I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Okay, he's pretty good at those.
Good.
Hey, that's another. I can't read that. 18 plus save.
Mhm.
Okay, that's a +5 to that. 18 plus 5 again. Spicy.
Very spicy.
23.
23.
Yeah, he'll catch her.
All right. So, yeah, Lila, as you like step on his heel, Nalfian, instead of like tripping yourself, you just sort of pivot and tilt, and you're able to sort of, as like Lila is beginning to trip, you're able to catch her.
Great.
And sort of
he'll
prop her
just
back up.
say, "Okay, whoa, you can buy me dinner first, and be quiet."
I'm sorry. Just. And she's gonna like touch her forehead, kind of like definitely. She's not saying she's lightheaded, but just kind of like she's definitely not completely awake. There's a fogginess.
Now, if it's gonna kind of like look around, did it seem like any noise came from that? How far did they get? Okay, right there.
Yeah,
Not
right
too
there.
bad.
That would be right about where you kind of tripped, getting ready to head down the ledge. So with that, luckily, Nalfian, you've made the perception DC a little bit higher for them, as you were able to catch Lila before she ended up tumbling off the side.
Okay.
So we got 3 perception check from those guys, as there is a little bit of
Ooh.
volume. So that's going to be a 5 plus 3 and 8. It's going to be a 7 plus 3 for a 10, and finally, that is a 19 plus 3.
Oh no.
So these two right here, the one of the ones in armor and the one in currently like a flame glowing, don't react at all. But this one right here, Nalfian, you can just barely see one of them beginning to move across.
He is going to take Lila by the hand and like try to push her back against this wall as flat as she can be.
Okay.
Like try to like give them cover. Yeah.
Ah, sorry. I was
Stop
trying to do
flinging
it.
her off the
I'm
edge.
sorry.
Imagine. Nalfian's like, well, fuck it. There you go. And he's just gonna like put a finger to his mouth to be quiet.
Okay. All right. So you do that. Lila, go ahead and make one more stealth check for me.
Okay. Well, let's see. I've only rolled one good roll the entirety of playing as Lila, guys. So
Yeah, did you roll it all for your session 0.5?
yeah, my first roll was a natural 20, and then the rest was just a downhill. So this is a
Oh.
14.
14 total?
Not bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
14's good.
So as the Dowie, okay, and then that is going to be a 6 plus 3 for 9 on his roll.
Oof,
As
hell
the
yeah.
Dowie, the dwarvish man leans over the side, looking about. Nalfian, luckily the one close to the edge, but shrouded in shadow. You already have a very natural camouflage for shadow. And then Lila being tucked further away, being covered by Nalfian, you heightens your ability to hide. As you can see the dwarvish man lean over. And do either one of the two of you speak dwarvish?
No.
No.
I didn't think about picking that one up for some reason, so.
Interestingly enough, while you can't speak dwarvish, Nalfian, you've dealt with undead dwarves before.
Mm-hmm.
But these ones, as they speak, this voice sounds rather human. Just gruff.
Human?
Humanoid. It sounds
Okay.
uncorrupted by undeath. As
Gotcha.
they lean over the side and just Kringuf Kayana Frakusha Nafrach. And they begin to head back this way. And head around, and they begin to come around the ledge and walking towards the two of you.
Okay. Alright, Nalfian is going to quickly push Lila this way and like have Shadow or Echo Nalf like catch her. And probably for her it's strange that there was one man on one side of her and the same man is now helping her down.
She's got fogginess. She just believes whatever is happening right now. She's like, there's a half man and there's a man behind me, so this is fun.
Okay, all right. So with that, go ahead and make either an athletics or acrobatics check as you try to descend down this small little cliffside.
Okay,
Both of
acrobatics
us?
is better.
Both of you, yeah.
Okay.
Well, now
Okay,
it
so
doesn't matter. You
athletic.
can just teleport down. So
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, here we go. Oh, yay! An unnatural 20.
Hey,
Boom.
all right. So with that, you jump off, and you didn't need Echo Nalth there for you, but this older, and it's odd because it's not in a direct copy of him, it's an older version of him. You can see still the same haircut, but a beard of gray and white.
Can she tell that this is now more? She's still foggy, but can she tell it's Dunamancy since she's familiar with like different schools of magic?
Yeah, she would, yeah.
Okay. Well, then that fills in all the questions for her right there. So.
Yeah. Okay, with that, Nalphine, you teleport, and the three of you just kind of stay there for a second in that small little cave as this dwarf makes his way to the ledge here. And he's gonna make a perception check to see if he notices the other four just hanging out by the boat.
I love that.
And that's gonna be a 9 + 3 for 12, so he's not gonna notice you guys. As luckily you're just kind of barely covered up by the cliff there as he sort of stands right here, looks over, and says something else in Dwarvish and makes his way back up to stand in formation.
Nalfin's gonna like hand signal to Lila to go ahead of him and point to where the boat was.
Okay, she'll start to head back to the boat quietly.
Okay, alrighty. You head back, and with that, Eurydice and Twig, you two, Blossom and Professor Finch, see this woman approach. And Eurydice, Twig, if the two of you would like to describe your characters as Lila approaches and sees you for the first time, because Felicity's never seen you two
Nope,
before.
have no idea what you look like.
Well, I mean, starting with Twig, I guess. Obviously, she's young, but she's also very short as well. And just dressed in all these kind of muted greens. Currently no hood against her head, but she has all her little sticky notes with all these different dwarvish runes on them, just all over her jacket, and also on like the crossbow that she's holding. That's seems way too big for her, but you know, it seems like she can handle it well enough. And yeah, so she's just got her little green hood, little green outfit, and is probably standing pretty close by to Eurydice at this stage.
Yeah. And Lila, you would recognize some of those runes as they were some of the same ones you were asking about in Mykonos.
Yeah. The Dowie one.
And then Eurydice.
Yeah. So Eurydice is this. She's fairly tall. She's like 5'6" for a girl. She is a very pretty wood elf woman with this kind of aubany kind of brown hair that gets lighter as it goes down. She wears not a lot of armor. There's some armor like on her arms mostly and on her legs. She's not wearing any shoes. And she has this very red, orange, kind of maroony color scheme. The things that stand out are that she has these red tattoos on her face, and pretty much all the exposed skin that you can see, like around her neck, collarbone, arms, covered in these like flamey red tattoos, and her eyes as well. She used to hide it, but she doesn't really anymore. Her eyes are this like red and kind of orange, sort of fiery. The color behind the pupils. So yeah.
Okay. And then Lila, you can also see, of course, Professor Finch, and then another woman, a satyr, with the furry legs and the hooves. She wears armor of whites and light pinks and greens. And you can see that she has what looks to be a long sword and a shield, but her shield is actually it's in the shape of a pan flute, and you can tell that as you approach that it looks to be functioning.
That's cool as fuck.
As you approach the group, Blossom, they give you a little wave. Hey there, as you approach, but very quiet, as the rest of the party also sees you approach. And Professor Finch looks to you, and before asking if you're okay, he says, so what happened? Where have you been? What did you see?
I met the golden starred woman with wearing the mask. Um, Somehow I ended up in a sandy place underground, and she dispelled some divine magic that just put me in a trance or a sleep. I didn't feel like restful though. Still not fully out of it, it feels like. That's all I really remember. Also, thank you all.
Yeah, well, it's no problem. Is there anything keeping us here?
Well,
We
yes.
found her, Finch. We can probably head out.
Well, the reason we came
Wolves,
here
are they
was...
not Dowie?
You can see Professor Finch kind of look down at you and his eyes narrow a little bit. Yes, the runes. Oh, you know of the Dowie then.
A few things, yeah.
And those are, she's pointing at your sticky notes. Those are Dowie symbols, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see anything related to the Dowie yet here, but I did see the constellation right above where I was underground, and they're all connected to this star. There's still so much here that I haven't seen, but it's all here. And she's looking at Professor Finch. I was right.
Well, I will say, those things, I don't know if they were actually Dowie. I mean, maybe at one time. I don't know what they are anymore. They didn't seem like the other ones we've encountered before. Something's off about them.
Wait
Is
a
that
moment. You've
ring any bells?
encountered Dowie before.
A few times.
Were they living or dead? Or I suppose I should say undead.
They were undead? Where's this going?
Just curious is all.
Navi's gonna, like, raise an eyebrow at him. Alright, friend, I think you know more than you're letting on. And if this is important information to what we're dealing with, maybe you should share with the class.
They might have more information than we do about them. She's looking at Finch. How do you guys know the Dowie?
Nothing will, like, look to Twig.
Well, we've needed to go to a few of their old ruins.
Really?
It's been a bit of an assignment, if you will. Been to a few. And it seems as though nothing kind of like sighs. Maybe that's what's here, but something else seems to live here too. I don't know what it is. But those things in there, they're not the same as what we've seen before.
No, I don't think these are Dowie. They might have some relation. I don't know yet though. I think they're the Golden Sisters, and I still don't know enough about really if they're undead or what, or weird ghost things. I have no idea. But I came to study the constellation right here that we're basically almost directly under. And I got directly under it, and there was this cave with this building, and I just feel like if we leave all the information, the reason why we're here, and she's going to point to Finch when she says that, it is right here. I just don't. They didn't hurt me, at least from what I can tell. I can't figure out why they even kept me. I don't know enough if they're even angry, but they did attack our ship. I think they might just be protecting something.
Good question, Joe. Since we have that map that kind of shows all these different Dowie like holds and all that, were there any near where we are now?
let me check here. Toggle navigation. Toggle navigation. So on the map that you had, no. But the thing is, this area in general is considered a very, very dangerous area to travel to. This sort of southern tip of the northern peninsula of
So
Iverion.
people might not know if there is one here or not.
Correct,
is what you're saying.
because
Okay,
typically people who come here don't come back.
gotcha.
But is there any like nearby, like I guess where it starts to come more safer journeys? Like at least like as long as there's something within the ballpark of like where we are.
In all honesty, the closest one is it's closer to West Hollow, near the northern sort of mountain range that is at the very top of the northern peninsula. So not really close at all, honestly. The only other one is in Hazran's Hollow, but that's of course across the sea there.
Well, Nalfian will look to Twig and say, "What do you think? Is there a ruin here? I don't want to rush in not knowing, but if this is important to them,
Well,
we
I
can
don't
see it
know.
through."
I mean, if there is something here, I don't know how well guarded everything is. Maybe we could find another way. But I'm just not sure. I mean, I asked Velatha a few things, and she seemed to think that, well, they were only really placed around the mountains, and I don't know.
All right. Well, I guess the only way we're gonna find out is if we go in there. Lila, right? Was there another way in?
I kind of stumbled upon it by accident, but I can get us there just by the star's location in the sky alone. That's kind of how I found it in the first place. But I did accidentally slide down the hole, so we're gonna have to do a little bit more searching than I did. Oh, and yeah, I'm Lila. Who are all of you?
Nalfian will extend his hand. Nalfian, Sir Nalfian of House Forrester. A pleasure.
A knight. And she'll take his hand and do a gentle shake.
He will make a, yeah, man, that's right, face. But he'll also shake.
And then she'll turn to Twig. And what's your name?
Twig.
Very nice to meet you, Twig. And then look
Wait,
over.
No.
Oh. Yeah?
Forrester. Twig. Forrester.
And she knows the name Forrester, right?
Yeah, considering your father is, dean of ancient studies, it's not necessarily ancient history, but it has been consigned to ancient history because House Forrester, as of about 15, 16 years ago, ceased to exist as Hazran's Hollow, or the lands of House Forrester, had been corrupted and destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
So this is of note to you, and you can see. What's your passive insight?
It's good. I just need to find it.
Oh.
Where is that? Is that at the bottom of the first page? Passive insight 17, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to send you a message.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah, you that's sort of what you clock after that. That just from no history check necessary, that that's a house that doesn't have heirs. So the fact that this 15, 16-year-old girl is saying that, that's strange.
She'll just kind of her eyebrows will raise at that. Oh. Well, nice to meet you, Miss Forrester. And then she'll kind of curtsy. And then she'll turn her head towards Eurydice and Blossom.
Eurydice will hold out her hand to say, "Hi, I'm Eurydice Greenleaf. I don't have a fancy title, but this is Lucky." And she will like let Lucky out of the amulet for a second, so that she can meet this very fiery golden retriever.
Oh, hello.
Well, she's going to absolutely love on Lucky for like 2 seconds. Well, nice to meet you as well, Eurydice.
That's very nice.
Are you the one that sent me the message?
I was, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was happening before we got there, so it wasn't all scary.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you know, a drow sneaking up on you in the middle of the night. Watch out, am I right?
Just anyone sneaking up on you in the middle of the night. I didn't mean to say that. I said I was sorry.
I'm sorry, I
Just
hate
look
to
at her face.
interrupt this, but there are important things to do. So,
Well, it's not like we're on a time limit, Finch. She's gonna kind of like give him a look.
so, it doesn't bother you that we were here no longer than what? A minute and a half? And the Golden Sisters descended down upon us and destroyed the ship, killed the entire crew, and then you barely escaped, locked in a cage. And you say we're not on a time limit. No, I think the circumstances are rather dire, so I'd like to get in and out as quickly as we can. Or unless you'd like to see another ship and crew be destroyed.
Alright, friend. We get it. If we're going in there, we need to make sure we're prepared. When I was up there, I saw, what, four of those things? There could be more, but I'm not sure. So, Professor, if you can fight, I'd, ready yourself.
I can fight.
Now Fina's just grinning at this man.
Here. Lila, do you have an idea of how to get to where you found those ruins from here?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I remember roughly, but let me just. And she's gonna look up at the sky, and kind of just see the position based on the coast, and if she can remember a rough route of where she went.
Yeah, you know a rough idea. I'll have you make some either Arcana. I'll have you make some Arcana checks because I feel like that's more so what constellation tracking would relate to as opposed to survival.
That's a 24. 24.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Yeah. So
Spice.
you are pretty confident that you can. You have to do like a little bit of like pinball, like sort of bouncing back and forth to get there because you went to that abandoned village first, and then you went to the sort of ravine in the ground. So you feel pretty confident you could get from that place to the crack, to that ravine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I know where we can go. It's going to be a bit roundabout, but I can get us there.
Very well. All of you begin to follow Lila. I'll cause a diversion on the opposite end of the beach, and I'll meet you there.
Can
Are
I
you-
incite him not wanting to be with us?
Like, what do you mean?
I don't know. Like, is he actually like? Why isn't? What's been his attitude? I guess.
Make an insight check, sure.
Okay. Like,
He's got
is
an
he trying to
attitude.
be away from us, or 19? Like, is he trying to do something shady?
19, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you into the secret voice channel.
Oh, okay.
All right. With a 19, in this circumstance, you can tell that he is very, 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 very uncomfortable being here. He was nervous at first, but now it's even worse. And he is very genuine in that he wants to get in and out. And it doesn't seem like he really... He seems to have much more... It's a lot easier to pick out his feigned interest in your constellation quest. Like, it seems to be there's something else that he's looking for here. So he is going to cause a diversion so you all can get to the ravine, but you're not exactly sure if he's going to reconvene at the ravine.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. All right.
The creator.
Anyway.
Anyway. Hello.
Wait, it's listed as the creator?
What
Yeah.
is?
What?
Did you say is Professor Finch the creator?
Yeah, we did. Anyway, moving on.
No, that's
Shush,
not-
shush, shush. You can't know our secrets.
Would you wait? No, what? No.
Don't fucking dare it, River.
No, that's not what I said. Yeah, I'm
Anyway.
fucking messaging you.
I will message you. Fucking I'll include Kayla. Anyway.
I am
Anyway, Joe.
sad.
Go ahead.
All right.
Just keep going.
No, yeah. So Lila, you clock that, and you can do with that whatever you want. But at this point, Professor Finch, should all of you agree, he'll begin to walk away and head to the opposite end of the beach to cause a diversion, to quote Tomatoa.
Okay.
As they're also moving, just Twig would want to be up a bit more front with Lila, just like, you know, trying to find better routes, I guess, for where they're going, just in terms of like the terrain and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Just so they can keep as quiet as possible.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, yeah. If you guys are leaving, then I'll have Twig make a survival check as well.
Well, I
Yeah, we
imagine
can
that's the
head
plan,
out.
right? If he's causing a distraction.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So all of you begin to head northward, and he will head southward. And he will just make his presence known as soon as you guys are out of the picture.
So
Whee!
16 from Twig.
16 from Twig. Okay, cool. So as you're making your way up towards this rock and closer towards the thick, dense brush of the trees, it seems as though you completely surpass the dwarves that were sitting in your way, that were
Hell yeah.
attempting to block your path. As you move from one end of the beach to the other, Lila and... Actually, let me check something here real quick, because I installed a handy-dandy little application here to check something out. Okay. Passive perception, 14, 15, 13, 17, 17, 13. Okay. Lady Twig and Lila, you notice something as you are moving away. So, Lila, you had always heard of how powerful of an evocation wizard Professor Finch was. And as the two of you are walking away, you don't hear him say anything. All you hear is this cracking and tearing noise. As you turn around, you see like these wisps of dark energy come together to form this giant, like transparent, shadowy dragon that appears. I mean, the size of a dragon. Like, this thing is huge. And it begins to soar around the coast, and you can see that the dwarves, they immediately begin to scatter. You can see the ones that are currently on fire, they sort of rip flame off of their chests and throw them like these bouts of flame, almost like casting firebolt. Just very potent and very quick. Seems to have a longer range. And you can see that the other dwarves, they are like throwing spears, and as the spears make contact, they're able to pull them back to their hands, just sort of throwing and catching, tossing them towards the dragon. But anything that makes contact with this dragon, it seems to just phase through it. It is very, very, very strange, as you're just sort of watching it happen. And you can see, as you travel away, there is a something that you can hear. Now Lila, you don't know giant, or not giant.
Yes, I do.
No, sorry, you don't know dwarvish.
Right.
So, not knowing dwarvish, it is odd, but you do know, or Twig, you do know dwarvish, and you are able to get a small bit of what is said. Very, very, very small bit of what these dwarvish men are saying. And all you hear is them sort of yelling and shouting back and forth the same thing over and over again. And it's odd because it's definitely an older version of dwarvish. It's the same problem Lila had with Celestial, where it's just kind of broken and you're not exactly sure what. But there is you're fairly confident that the thing you keep hearing over and over again is the word Heartfang.
Well, I guess she'll
Thank
just,
you, Professor Finch.
You're welcome.
she'll just, I guess, turn to Lila.
Do you know what hot thing means?
Do I know what Heartfang means, Joe?
No. I mean, even with your knowledge and everything, I can safely say that you really don't.
No, that doesn't ring a bell. Is that what they're saying in Dwarvish?
Repeatedly.
Are they saying it to the dragon?
I don't know. It's just, well, it's what I can hear.
Interesting. But no, I'm not familiar with it.
All right. So, with that, hearing the dwarves yell and shout as the dragon hurls these massive bouts of breath, swooping down, damaging them, you can see those 2 diameter spheres. They begin to unclick and move, rolling around in the dirt and sand and grass. The bottom half of them, this 2 separate flat wheels kind of rolling around with crossbows and sort of arm blades as they begin to fire the bolts up towards the dragon, but nothing seeming to make contact until eventually there is nothing. The sounds begin to fade as you no longer hear the dwarves, you no longer hear Professor Finch, and you no longer hear the dragon. Now, luckily, Twig, thanks to your efforts, Lila, you were able to navigate your way to that abandoned village, but Twig, you're able to keep them quiet as you see a form fly above all of you. A woman with a tattered dress that looks to be pieces of text or pieces of parchment with text on them, long strips of paper, and a golden mask. But luckily, thanks to Twig and her resources, you stay quiet. She flies above your head, and you make your way towards the abandoned village that you had been to before, Lila.
As she flies above us, Lila's gonna whisper, "That's the woman I saw. That's the woman that put me in that trance."
Does this thing look recognizable to any of us, Joe?
The woman?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I doubt it, but...
No, she doesn't look recognizable at all.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, and there's no sort of brain blast that you have either.
Nalfin's just gonna kind of nod and I guess just keep following Lila without I don't know if this person watching us or they just flew over.
No, they seem not to notice you.
Okay, great. Then yeah, he'll just keep his head down and keep following.
Okay. All right. So, as you okay. Make your way into the village. For one, Lila, you know that you need to get here, and then you head in a sort of northeast direction in order to get to that ravine that you were. However, as the group of you approach, what would be the 5 of you, Blossom and then our 4 party members here, as you approach, Lila, you make contact with that tower, the one that you had been in that had all of those writings and drawings and carvings in them. And as you approach, knowing where you need to go now, you can see a face, just a small one, looking through that hole that you had peered through in order to be able to see to Misty Step. And it's the face of that dwarvish woman with the darker, more coppery skin, more coarse black hair, and that armor of gold and teal. And you can see her just poking her face through towards you, and just speaking. And while Lila, you're not able to understand her. Twig, you have a similar situation with the other dwarves, where it's almost like she's speaking a broken language, but you understand bits and pieces of it just from knowing Dwarvish as she begins to speak. And Twig, you're able to catch the words as she says them. But she says, "Traveler? Traveler?" And I'm just going to, when speaking as the character, I'm just going to assume that Twig is
Translating.
Yeah, translating
Yeah, she
exactly
will.
what Twig hears. So, Twig, you hear, "Traveler? Traveler?"
I mean, she'd be obviously relaying everything that she hears.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess just again, since Lila seems to have obviously seen the most of this person.
Are they friendly? They don't seem to be. I don't know.
I didn't
They don't seem
really
to want to hurt anyone.
stick around to find out. Do you know how to say hello to her?
I can do that.
Yeah, I try saying hello, but I almost called her Bianca. Lila will kind of make sure she's like guarding Twig as Twig is like talking to this stranger. So
Yeah. And
Hello there.
hello?
Who are you?
I am me.
Sorry, DM
Is
question.
that
They're
your
having a
name?
conversation through like a
Yes.
door, right?
It's like a hole in this tower that's sort of at the wall of this like city. So
Okay,
pictured
sorry,
here,
sorry,
it's pretty much
continue.
like in this like tower right here.
'Kay.
Just you guys are on the bottom, and there's like a hole in it that she's currently like looking through.
Great. Sorry, Gemma. Repeat what you said, dear.
Is that your name?
Oh, name. Puabi.
And well, I guess. What do you want? Are you looking for the person in pinks?
Searching for Papa, for Dad. And it should be noted that she doesn't seem like young for a dwarf, right? She doesn't seem like a kid. She does have like small patches of like hair along her chin, being a dwarvish woman. So she looks to be maybe in her 20s or 30s, or at least that sort of period of maturity.
A young adult.
A young adult, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Who's your papa?
Papa is, and you can see her kind of trying to, speaking the same word over and over again, but you're just not getting it. It just doesn't have the same meaning to you. What you keep hearing is, sitter. Papa sit. And seeing that you're not getting it, she tries to think of another word. Father, Father Crown. And sort of gestures crown on the head, on her head.
King?
And in common So like, as you translate that to everybody else, so saying it out loud in common, she says, King? King? King?
So they're missing a king.
I don't know. I feel like that's what she's trying to suggest. You're not Dowie, are you?
Dowie? And she says that word, like the translation in Dwarvish, like from Dowie to Dowie is Dowie. And she responds the same as you said it, Dowie. And she nods her head. Dowie.
You're Dowie?
Dowie. Yes, Dowie.
Who just like has an absolute look of just like bewilderment.
I don't know what to say.
Gold woman. Keep me. And she kind of like gestures her hands to look like bars on a cage.
Oh.
You're trapped?
She shakes her head.
Shakes her head, yes or no?
Sorry. I forget that you can't see me. She shakes her head, yes, yeah. And
my
she
gosh.
says, Gold Woman says to keep safe. But Puabi doesn't feel safe. Puabi is cold. Puabi like heat. And of course, all of this in Dowie that you're just kind of getting at. You can tell she's speaking whatever language she's speaking very fluently and very beautifully, but it's just the translation, right? There are just some things that are lost. Or lost in translation, as you could say.
Yeah, she'll just turn to the rest of the party and just...
I think we should help her. If she's trapped here.
All right, and Nothing kind of looks up to the sky, and that thing is trapping her here. Correct?
I guess so.
The
Right.
gold woman.
Something about safety, but I don't think she believes that.
The gold woman, before she took me, said something along the lines of, "You will be returned, my child," or child something. It wasn't like harmful, but I ended up in a cage. So maybe the same thing happened to this young woman as me.
Right. Maybe there's just a misunderstanding. Communication doesn't seem to be on the same page across the board here.
Twig, could you ask this Dowie woman, or Puabi, we know that.
Puabi, yes.
Puabi, if she knows much about the constellation above us?
I should just relay that question.
And you can see that she thinks for a second before responding, and she tries to choose her words carefully. Stars serve as doorway. You can walk through and move through. Constellations are like castles. And she kind of looks at you, Twig, as you relay whatever the hell that means, and her brow kind of furrows at that, knowing that she didn't exactly nail the what she wanted to say.
Right.
Where does it lead to, though?
Safety. Sometimes.
And safety from what? The same thing that the gold woman's trying to keep you safe from?
Puabi only has stories. Puabi has never seen safety. When Puabi was tiny, well, smaller, Puabi Dad told Puabi of safety. But Puabi never got to see.
But what do you need safety from? Is there something out there?
See. And she kind of points at her eyes and walks away from the hole as you kind of look into this room that she has, where you can see that she's like carved things into the stone, like a whole bunch of different stuff. And there's one part where there's just kind of this tapestry, this piece of fabric that it looks like she's kind of painted herself. As she kind of moves it off to the side, Lila, something that you wouldn't have seen when you were in here, just not wanting to make a noise. As she pulls the tapestry off to the side, you see this odd drawing, this odd carving in this wall. It looks like 7 different orbs, 7 different circles. And encroaching down on each one of them are these tendrils. The tendrils wrapping around closer to the edges and are further away from touching the orbs in the center. So it kind of creates the shape of a pyramid almost. So like I said, it's like this base of 7 orbs, and then the shadowy tendrils on the 1st and 7th wrap around fairly tightly, and then on the 2nd and 6th looser, and on the 3rd and 4th, or 3rd and 5th, it's even looser, and then on the 4th one, right dead center in the middle, the tendrils aren't touching it at all.
DM question.
Yeah.
Does it look like because I didn't get a chance to watch the 0.5.
Mhm.
Is she trapped in this room specifically, or does she have freedom to like leave the room?
She has freedom to leave. She was wandering around the entirety of the
Okay.
abandoned village earlier.
Okay, I was just trying to clarify.
Mhm.
And this like symbol or depiction, whatever, does it mean anything to, I guess, any of us?
I would say, Lila, considering the book you have, I'd allow you to make a history check just to kind of like flip through the book to see if you find anything. But based off information you've received so far, nothing would ring a bell. And I hate that I've said that so many times tonight, where it's just like no, but you know,
That's
That
okay.
happens.
yeah,
My history check is 10.
yeah.
not great.
It's you sort of flip through, but this is weird shit, man. And you're just kind of like, I don't even know where to look in this book to
She's
find.
gonna
what I'm
kind of
looking
give
for.
everyone a look, kind of like, I don't know, man. And she's like flipping through. I read this through a lot, and I don't know what that is.
It's not like some entity or something. I guess something
Oh.
that's imprisoned others of your people.
And she points at it, and she like goes to reach through the hole for your book, Lila.
She'll hand it over.
And she'll kind of like hold the book up, and she'll flip through the pages, and then she'll kind of like she'll point at the one in the center, like the one that's not being touched at all, and point at the beginning of the book. And then on the edges, she'll flip the book around and sort of flip through the pages, and then tap the last page of the book that has no writing on it and say, end. End. And close the book and give it back.
Beginning and end.
Yes.
Nothing's just standing there so confused.
And you can
Or
Punabi
same.
Punabi is also
Felicity's also confused.
Punabi is so frustrated because she just, why can't you guys speak ancient Dawi? Like, why? Come on, get your fucking shit together,
Oh my
guys.
gosh.
She looks so frustrated. Like she
I'm sure,
wants.
poor thing.
She's just end.
I don't think
End.
Lucky speak ancient Dowie because he was with the he was with a Dowie dude, wasn't he? Last time. If I got lucky out, could he speak ancient Dowie?
Oh my god.
Lucky's
We're communicating through a dog.
he knows whatever languages his current master knows.
Shit. Okay.
So
no.
Dowie can speak like Elvish if you really want him to, you know.
There.
And he can also Dowie, you could have your fiery dog talk to Punabi, and I'm sure there wouldn't be any mistranslation there at all.
Nothing's just kind of like step forward and say, "All right,
Okay.
so where do we go from here? Do we need to find this?" And like gesture to the tapestry.
Maybe it might be. It seems like it must be a missing piece that I just haven't figured out yet, since even Puabi's referring to the book. But I don't know enough.
Maybe we take your friend with us when we go where you saw these constellations, right?
Twig, are you translating as Nalthian's talking, or are you just kind of, well, Twig or Eurydice?
I could give like a basic summary of what's happening. Or at least
Safety?
what's being said.
Safety?
Well, I mean, if you're being trapped here, we can offer you that.
Safety.
But the tapestry, it doesn't have anything to do with fate.
Fate. Yes.
Does the Dowie have like a word for heaven or the heavens? Is that what they mean by safety?
And I'm assuming, Twig, you translate that question.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
should
okay.
just like ask, like, is it like, I guess, is it talking about like 9 heavens or whatever? No, 7 heavens? Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of them out there.
It is, Papa would say, and she kind of hugs herself, embrace. It is a creator's embrace.
And then Lila will ask, can you only find safety after life? Is that what we're talking about?
No. Safety is hard to find. Safety is... As time goes from start to end, safety is harder to find. And at end, safety is no more. Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check, Nalthian.
Okay, yeah. Just because he's not
Mm.
getting it. Go ahead.
Yuri's also gonna step up and she's gonna ask in Dwarvish, what do you mean by creator?
Beginning. Start. Beginning changes to end. Beginning and end same, but change. She has this really, really hopeful look that you understand what she's saying.
Like some kind of cycle of
She's gonna
regeneration?
like pretend that she's kind of getting somewhere with it.
Yes. Cycle. Circle. Weave.
Weave.
Oh, that's
we
a
know
word
that
we
one.
know.
Yeah, we know that one. She's like trying to give hope that we're understanding something.
You see, there's like a renewed vigor now. Weave, yes, weave. Okay, so now Fian with a 17 perception, as of right now, nothing. But whatever noises would have been happening on the coast, you're not sure if you just can't hear them or if they're not happening anymore. So you maybe have maybe 5 or so more minutes till you have to make a decision about whether to leave and take her with you or just leave.
Okay. Now Finn will just kind of step in and say, again, maybe it's just best she comes with us in this moment.
Yeah, I think that she probably has more knowledge as long as we can figure it out.
Well, what about the gold woman? Would she speak with us? I mean, if you're with us? If she wants to keep you safe, right?
Gold woman doesn't like traveler. Other travelers, they don't find safety. They go home.
And the traveler's your father?
Traveler, you.
Twig, my dear, I think if this gold woman sees us, I think our home isn't gonna be too pretty. And he'll like look to Puabi to kind of like, oh fuck, he can't understand him. Never mind. Yeah, he'll just say that.
But you could keep us hidden from her, right? If you know this place?
Puabi will try.
Alright, we need to move. Because I don't know what to expect from that thing, and I don't really want to risk Puabi here. I don't want to risk their life because we're searching for something we don't really know what we're searching for. So if we're gonna go, we need to move.
Okay. One, we need to invite her along. So Lila will wait for that.
So you'd be willing to come with us then?
If safety, yes. Puabi leave.
Well, I mean, we can keep you as safe as we can keep ourselves safe.
All right then. Well, hopefully we are leading her to safety, and Lila
And
will...
not killing her by accident. Whoops.
Yeah. Lila will start to lead everyone in the direction of the hole.
All right.
Yeah, and she can just get out, right?
Yeah. She is able to easily climb the tower and then sort of scale down the wall. But you can see as soon as she like touches her foot on the ground, she kind of pauses for a moment and just looks around and exhales and begins to... She is much more apprehensive to walk away. Not out of like, not that she doesn't want to leave, because she does. She's just nervous about doing so.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I guess only time will tell.
Oh, wow.
We're here now.
Yuri will give her a cloak because she said that she was cold before, so she'll like just grab a cloak and give it to her so she feels a little bit better.
That's nice.
Thank you for warm.
Okay, everything's gonna be fine.
All right.
And just, she's not giving Twig any weird looks because of her little papers, is she?
No.
Or any kind of reaction there?
No,
Cool.
she does. It is funny because as she like is walking next to you, which like you're taller than she is, which is funny because she's definitely older than you are. Because what, Twig is like 5'1", right?
I think like 4'9".
4'9"? Okay. Yeah, you are maybe a few inches taller than her. She's like 4'3".
Oh.
But she's obviously fully developed as a dwarvish woman. And she kind of looks at the runes and she doesn't she just kind of like it's just so
It's
funny
fucking weird.
because she's looking at them and like looks at you and smiles and nods and she says something in a word that just doesn't translate. Like to you in dwarvish that you understand, you hear leg cramp.
Wow.
Leg
What?
cramp.
That's what you hear. And she just points at the one that says like one of the ones that is like a small variation of fate and it's just like a poor twist of fate or like misfortune. And she points out and is like, leg cramp.
Oh no.
I want to know that etymology right now.
And I mean, it's up to you just to be like, yeah, leg cramp. If you want to.
Drew could probably just be a little bit awkward about it. She wouldn't say anything nice. Like, it's not fucking like cramp.
It's not
How are you
fucking
gonna
leg
tell?
cramp.
How are you gonna tell the Dowie woman what the fuck her language
exactly.
says?
Exactly. So she's
I've been
just
studying
about to
this
say
for
to
a
it.
while. You wouldn't know, so.
Oh god, that's so funny. All right. So with that, all of you begin to follow Lila, and eventually, after another 15 minutes of walking, you find the ravine. You find the entrance to where you had fallen down before, Lila. All you gotta do now is take a leap of faith. Because all you see is darkness.
Wait a second. Nalfin's gonna kind of like stop everybody. Can he look down the hole and like kind of switch his vision and see what he can see?
Yeah, after about 40 feet, there's nothing. Like, to you, it looks like solid stone after about 40 feet.
Okay.
So, it is a little slippery. I did slip and fall, and but I fell into water, so we should be fine.
Nalfin just
You
gives
should
her
be.
a look.
I mean, I'll jump first if everyone's nervous about it and let you know.
No. No. That's not a good idea. I'll jump first. Alright. If I die, don't jump in after me. And he'll smile and walk backwards and just wave as he falls down.
She's just like, you like Chris Angel, arms spread into the like.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, Nalfian, you fall, and all of you see Nalfian fall and disappear into the darkness.
Do we hear a smack?
You don't hear a smack, you just hear nothing. There's like a gust of wind that you can hear as he falls, that, and then it's gone. Nothing.
It was a long drop. Now that I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 300 feet for you, Lila.
Yeah. I should have said that before he jumped.
Is he okay?
Oh yeah, he's totally fine. Cause like if he doesn't fall on, in the water, there's like soft sand.
You just say 300 feet.
Yeah, it was
Alfie
very
just has
cool.
Twig just has a look of you are just terror.
Yuri
gonna, like-
kneels down like it's okay. He's not dead. He's
No,
right. And she
Here,
looks at
I'll
Lila.
I'll go check. I'll make sure he's not. All right. And
No, he's totally
Blossom's
not
gonna
dead.
jump
I've
in.
already done it. Oh.
Whoop, Geronimo.
Hey, we can all jump together if you want. And Lila will kind of like offer her hands. Because I made it the last time.
Eurydice,
so.
you can make people fly, right?
I can, but the problem is
Gonna waste the spell slot. Fucking do it, bitch.
I don't have a lot of magic, and if I make someone fly, that's something that I can't do later.
I don't have a lot of magic.
What do I don't. I have 2 spell slots.
Oh,
What do you
too
want from
funny.
me?
That is too
What I have
funny.
to translate that into in-game terms. I
Oh.
can't
In
be
this,
like
in
I have
this
2 spell slots.
episode, Isles commits suicide.
No, Yuri's gonna take Lila's hand and gesture for Twig and be like, it's fine. It's going to be okay, right? It's going to be fine.
It'll actually be kind of fun. Especially since we're expecting it.
Emma just muted herself.
Twig is
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
New plan actually. Twig's gonna cast Summon Beast. Air form. And just wants to get it to swoop down. And I guess get a bit of a look. And
So how does that what's the range on that spell?
Well, I mean, I think once it's summoned, I don't think it's tethered to her. I think. Let me just.
So can you like see through its eyes?
I cannot, but like if I'm able to get it to go down there, and I guess because it can understand me, right?
Mhm.
Well, it can understand obviously my directions and commands.
Yeah.
So just to basically get it to do a swoop down. And just, if things are okay, to just, like, I don't know, let's just have it just land back on her shoulder, and if things aren't, then obviously to kind of, I guess, stay just flapping around.
Okay. It descends about 40 feet, and it doesn't come back up.
Because it's, like, really deep.
Oh, that light has a range of 90 feet. Okay.
Yuri's gonna like kneel down in front of Twig, and she's like take her hand. She's gonna say, Twig, it's going to be fine. Okay? I trust this woman. Right? She seems nice. She came back up after she fell, and she's very, very willing to jump down as well. So it really can't be that bad.
Okay, well, I guess we wouldn't find out otherwise.
And she'll just grab Eurydice's hand.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, and then Lila will just like do like a little bit of a running start and then jump down, dragging them with her.
Woo.
Woo!
All right.
Just tell me Nelfian didn't die of
We all died now.
Dale's been waiting this whole time.
And
Lila's master plan.
that's where we're gonna go ahead and end the campaign. So thanks everybody. Thanks for watching.
for
Thanks
fun.
for playing.
Very elaborate scheme just to get rid of you guys.
Yeah. So do you guys want to watch a movie now, or
Joe, I swear to God, going.
what? Okay, all right. So that's not what happens. All right. Okay, we'll keep going. So with that, Nalfian, the first one to jump down, vanish, and it's odd. You're 40 feet, you drop, and you feel something change. As then you look down, your eyes open, and you can see an area where light is bleeding through as you splash into this lake of water. As you enter in to safety. At least what Punabi called safety. As you landed right about back here, but you landed in a pool of water. You can see these pillars and what look to be remnants of buildings still standing. You can see sand pouring down and just cascading into this dark, just sort of vacant space beneath this small sandstone bridge. As you just sort of look around, you're the only one here. But there is light bleeding up from the very top of this ravine that you're currently in. And with that, you can hear another splash behind you as Blossom has now fallen. And she kind of climbs out. As they do, they walk over towards you and say, "Oh, well, that was weird, right?"
Well, we're not dead. It's a plus.
I mean, I guess this could just kind of be, maybe this is it, do you think this is what Celestia looks like? We could be dead. Or actually, I don't know, the heat, I don't know.
Yeah, I figured there'd be a lot more.
I always thought that I was fairly good in life, so I don't think I'd end up in the 9 hells, you know? I mean,
Nothing's like, are you saying that I would be in the 9 hells?
I
Is
didn't.
that what you're
that's-
insinuating?
No, that's what you're insinuating with your words, young man, so I suggest that you stop throwing those accusations on me. All right? Remember, it's just
I'm
you and
just
me
saying,
here. There are no
if this
kids
was
around us right now.
Celestia,
There are
it
no
would
kids
look a
around
lot
us right now.
different.
Careful what you say, mister.
He's like, you know, I am a knight. And I'm sure my Celestia would not be filled with, hundreds of naked women. Wow, where is everyone?
You, young man, are.
I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. And he'll give her a very genuine smile.
Mhm. You're lucky you have such a pretty smile, Nalfian, or else I would tell Twig what you just said.
All right, well, actually, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Oh no, you don't want to? Okay, I'll remember that. I'll remember that. Remember
I'm
that
working
next.
on this whole
remember
night
that
thing.
I know you are. You're doing a great job, sweetie. Don't worry about it.
Thanks. I am trying.
I can tell.
He'll just shut up and look up and wait for the rest to get here.
Man, where are they? It's taken them a while to get down here.
He doesn't say anything else. He doesn't want to get in trouble.
Yeah. She just kind of, after a few moments of silence, she looks over at you and she's like, "What? Cat got your tongue now? Nalfian? Sir Nalfian?
You want to
The
know
man
something?
the man who always is talking for some reason can't talk? Now what? Scared to talk to me by yourself, Nalfian?"
No, Blossom. You just have a way of knowing just what to say to shut me up, and not many people know how to do that.
It's funny because I use the same tactics that I use with Theodore on you.
I feel as though that's not a compliment.
Theodore's a smart young boy. He's
All
very
right.
smart for a toddler.
I still feel as though that isn't a compliment, but thank you.
Just saying, Theodore's smart. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Nalvin's trying so hard not to laugh. And say the wrong thing also.
Man, they are really taking a while up there, aren't they?
Joe, I hate you so much.
It's funny. I kept an eye on the clock as they were debating whether to come down or not.
Really?
Oh my God, really? That's so funny.
Oh man.
I mean, I was only half kidding about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just shoots her some finger guns.
You better put them weapons away, boy.
Blossom, you are such a
Apparently
treat.
very long.
You're the one that was like, "Can you fly? Can I sit down?" Sorry.
And at about that point, as you say that,
Oh my God.
she just kind of looks over at you and winks. She was like, "I've been practicing. I've been watching you do it, and I think I'm getting pretty good at it." She winks at you again.
Oh my God.
And with that, you can
Fake
see
out.
you can see the three of them now jump down and land in the water as they crawl out. And Blossom runs over. I'm assuming Nalfi and you do too, to help them out of the water.
Yeah, absolutely.
And at about just in the time that they had been gone, I mean, you are now realizing, Nalfian and Blossom are, how hot it is here. It is incredibly, incredibly warm. And then eventually Punabi jumps in shortly after they do and sort of lands as you fish them out of the water. Yeah, if you're okay with taking your armor off.
Never mind.
Is it worth it?
No.
I love the
That child.
I love the just absolute opposites. Felicity's hot, and Jim was literally, what the fuck?
He is.
Who are you?
No, he's just joking. He loves
It's
Blossom.
funny.
He thinks of Blossom as a nice older sister. Older sibling.
Ooh, ouch.
Wait, what?
Oh no, it's okay. It's
Okay,
no,
I'm sorry, I'm dumb.
no, you're not dumb.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Anyway,
So with that, Nalfian you're the first one to notice, along with Blossom, how hot it is here. It's probably, oh God, I forgot to pull up my temperature conversion. Oh Jesus, God, why can't you just be normal? Screams in Celsius. Okay, so it is about 106 degrees Fahrenheit or 41 degrees Celsius. It's very
Oh
hot here.
God, it's hot.
Yeah. And you can
Ew.
see Punabi, as soon as she lands in the water and sort of climbs out, you can see she kind of shakes as if she just walked into a warm house on a winter day and sort of sheds off the cloak and just, warm. Love warm.
Well, this is where I met the masked women. So just be ready for that, just in case. They came out from the ruin.
All right. Well, I guess that's where we're heading then. Is
Oh,
that where
and
you saw the constellation?
actually, I saw it right before I walked in. Well, I didn't even get in. And I looked up, and it just seemed like everything was perfectly aligned. I'd never seen it from that angle before. And she'll kind of start to walk towards where she was, like, directly under the star itself.
Yeah. And the thing is as soon as you walk underneath the star, right, getting about to this middle section of the bridge, as you walk and Punabi is walking next to you, you can see that one of the stars begins to glow. Whatever the foot of that constellation is, you can tell that just very basically the constellation is of a person. It's something. You're not exactly sure what, but it is some type of bipedal creature. And as soon as you and Punabi are walking together, you look up and you can see the constellation begin to move.
Ooh.
And the constellation begins to shift and move and change till eventually it's like an echo, right? It's like you're looking up at the sky at your own feet, but just a step or two ahead, walking one foot after the other.
Is it literally mimicking either Punabi or Lila?
It's not mimicking. It's just like if you stop walking, whenever you're walking, it's like 3 steps ahead of you. And then whenever you stop, it stops as well. So it's almost more of like a lead as opposed to as opposed to like mimicking you exactly.
Well, then Lila will continue to follow it, then? Yeah, if it's leading?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And then she will also tell the group behind her, I think it's moving. And it's leading us. She says that like she knows that sounds ridiculous, but she means it.
We can see this happening, right, Joe?
Yeah, you can. All of you can.
Okay, then yeah, Nalfin's gonna just kind of nod, but keeping a hand on his sword just in case.
So as eventually now, Lila, getting further than you did before, you cross that sandstone bridge and make your way up to this ruin. And you can see that as you do, Punabi kind of stops and looks up. And you can see that there are what look to be 3 runes inscribed into the doorway. There's one to the left, one to the right, and one directly above at the sort of like curved entrance or curved entryway. Right at the very top of the sort of the semicircle of the doorway, right? Like right up here. And you can see Punabi kind of stops for a moment and smiles. And she places her hand on the left side of the door and kind of rubs it and says, like standing next to you, Lila, leg cramp. Or, well, translated from either Twig or Eurydice, and sort of rubs it off and then takes the hand that she rubbed off and places it on the other one. And says, plentiful harvest, and rubs her hand on there. And then walks through the doorway.
Lila's gonna turn around and look at him. Leg cramp?
I think it's meant to mean fate. Somehow it's old, I guess.
She'll shrug. Fair enough. Shall we enter?
Are you gonna do the
wants
same
to do
thing
the
she
same
did,
thing,
or
yeah.
okay? Okay.
Oh yeah. Now he'll follow suit. He'll
Okay.
touch the thingos.
Okay. So now, Fiona, as you're kind of going up and doing it, Twig sort of mimicking her exactly. She looks at you with a smile, and now, Fiona, as you go to do it, she kind of like as you just kind of touch each stone, she sort of shakes her head no at you, and says, "No, scrub, clean." Towards the left, towards the one that she called leg cramp.
Okay. Nalfian will scrub it.
Now, color, paint. The other
He will
one.
rub the other one.
She smiles, and then clears you to go.
Okay. Yeah, he just has like a perplexed look on his face, like, am I doing this shit right? Alright. And he'll do it. But
Okay.
step through.
Sounds good to me. Step through, and all of you do the same, copying the same thing over and over and over again until eventually all of you are passed through, and there is what looks to be a small abandoned building that this kind of leads up to. This is a place of... I will also say, Nalfian, a lot of these places are too small for you. Like, being as tall as
great.
you are, like, you had to, like, duck in order to get underneath the door, right? In order to move through it.
He feels like a giant.
Yeah, yes, you indeed do. Eurydice, you're fine for the most part. You have to duck sometimes, but it's not too cramped for you.
Okay.
It's just Nalfian, it's a good thing you're not broad too, or else you'd really be having a hard time. But you make your way, and this seems to be some type of small, maybe at one point in time would have been some small storage room, or maybe like, I hate to say office, but some type of storage place for information. But it's wiped clean. There's nothing here. It is just sand and stone, and a circular staircase that leads up and out. And Punabi heads towards it and starts to run up. I mean, she's excited. She's stoked.
Oh man, following her.
Yeah, Twig's very much trying to keep in tow.
So with that,
Yeah.
I mean, she's definitely, and I'm assuming Yuri as well. You're not going to hang out
Oh,
at the...
yeah.
Okay. No, I'm staying here. So you begin to sprint up the stairwell, and I mean, she's moving so much faster than all of you until eventually she pops out at the top, and you can hear her gasp of joy and wonder as she says, "Big place, wide place, wide place." And you all begin to see what she is seeing, and you are blown away as you enter the deserts of safety. You see a spanning realm in front of you. Sky above you, sun blazing down. A ribcage sticking out of the sands. You can see these pillars of stone reaching out of the sand, as all of you are somewhere that is not Iverion. You are not sure where that is. You're not even sure if it's on the material plane, but wherever you are, you can see that those footprints, those constellations, even in broad daylight, are still guiding you. And on that note, that's where we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Weird.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Protect your
What the
flus.
fuck died here?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff are
What
we
the-
looking at? Does it look like humanoid or does it look bestial?
I'd say bestial.
Okay.
Meow.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys later. everybody, welcome back to the Isles of Iverion campaign. Sorry for the little bit of extended break there. I was very hungry and I needed to eat something or else I was gonna, I don't know, die or something. I don't know. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and dive back in. So picking up where we left off. Our group of adventurers have now found themselves, well, in a rather odd situation. So we go and pull you all back to the scene. You all have traversed your way from the region and the land of Iverion, and now you've wound up in some kind of desert. Now I've got the hiccups, that's great. So, you all, as you had made your way here, there were a few events that led to you arriving in this desert land that an NPC companion of yours referred to as safety. All of you had been looking for, based off of the request of a man, Professor Finch, looking for a woman, a younger woman by the name of Lila Tatiana. And you had found her in a cage, locked up on this coastline. Now, as you found her, you began to learn more and more about her, a person from the College of Hearthcrest looking to uncover the mysteries of this place, saying that there was some correlation between this place and that of the constellations in the sky. Now, there is also a third connection there, where apparently this place also connects to the Dowie. Now, you're not sure if there's a connection between the constellations and the Dowie, but it seems as though this new NPC companion you've met, they have some connection here. As you talk to and got to know more about Puabi, Puabi is a Dowie woman, which you discover, and you also learn that, well, after a bit of a rough time, that Puabi has information she wants to give you, but there's a language barrier. Where Twig and Eurydice do know Dwarvish, they're able to translate, they're able to read, Puabi is speaking some different form of Dwarvish. And it would probably be like, in a real-life scenario, probably pretty close to trying to translate, like, Spanish and Portuguese. Like, it might be something like that, where they are at least similar at a very root way and a very base way, but still very different from one another. So you're able to pick up a word here and there, but it's even more far removed. Like, whatever Spanish would have been in the 1500s compared to Portuguese now, maybe that's like the comparison there. Oh yeah, that would actually be a really good comparison. Yes, like Latin and Italian. Thank you, Gemma. That's a very good point. I knew there was an old language. If I'm being honest, I was nervous to say Latin because I didn't want Gemma to attack me.
Hold on. So I'm like, I could look at Italian and be like, kind of see.
Yeah. And obviously,
it was me studying Latin, and I was like, I can kind of get some Italian.
So, there is communication, and she shares a few things with you. For one, Puabi, she shares with you this sketch, this carving in her room, this tower she had been staying at. You had learned that she had been trapped here, but she was being protected by the woman with the golden mask. As Lila, you would be able to identify that as one of the Golden Sisters. A group of women or a civilization of some kind, you're unsure as of right now, that were dark rulers before the Altinian Empire. So you know that whatever magic is connected to these Golden Sisters, it's not good. But Puabi said that this woman was keeping her safe. But Puabi wanted real safety. Puabi wanted safety away from what was on her etchings, her carvings. And she tries her best to explain it to you. The drawing that she shows you is that of 7 orbs, 7 circles. And on the far reaches of these 7 circles in a line, they are being consumed by wispy, shadowy tendrils.
And the closer you would get to the center, the further and further away the shadow is. And she says, beginning and end. And pointing at each end of the line saying end, and then the middle pointing saying beginning. And then using a book to show beginning and end. And she says that the beginning and the end are the same, just different. And that's what you get from that, which is very unhelpful. But that is, that's what you get. And she talks about how she wants warmth, she wants safety. This place, that middle place, safety. A place where she has she's okay. And you learn that this may be their place of heaven, their 7 heavens of Celestia, their Valhalla, their place of rest after death. So, with that, you all follow Puabi, and you have her come with you to take you to, apparently, the realms of safety. You see, in this place, there is a massive swath of land, sandy dunes and rocky mesas. As far as the eye can see, a blazing sun barreling down on you, like I said, 106 degrees Fahrenheit or about 41 to 42 degrees Celsius. Just blazing hot. But your path is illuminated, at least slightly. Small stars, constellations float above your head, guiding you along your way. So as you move along, following the constellations, following everything around you, we'll go ahead and pick up right there. The winds begin to whip, but they are not kind. It is not a cool breeze on a summer day. It is an even hotter wind that cuts against your skin and almost causes lacerations. This place is not hospitable. This place is cruel as you continue to trek through its murky sands. So, as the group of you make your way through the sandy dunes, is there anything that you're saying to one another, or are you just making your way as much as you can?
Twig would point up at the massive ass carcass thing in front of them and just kind of, to Puabi, just, I guess, ask if she knows what it is.
Bobby kind of looks at it and touches the stone, or touches the bone. And kind of looks down and says, "End shouldn't be here."
You mean death? Death shouldn't be here?
End shouldn't be here, yes.
Because it's safety, right?
Because it's safety, yes.
So, have you been here before then?
Puabi only has Papa's stories. Papa lied.
Maybe it's not that he lied, but he didn't know any better. Just teaching you what he was taught, and then look at either Eurydice or Twig to translate that, because that's
still
just
translating.
random.
Mhm. And she'll kind of look to you, and this conversation happening between you and her, Lila, saying, Papa Crown. Papa like book.
Everything, beginning to end.
Knowledgeable?
Smart.
Well,
What
just
did
because.
he say was here?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Safety.
Anything more than that? Are there meant to be other people here? I don't know, anything?
Safety is away from end. Safety is beginning. Safety is safe. Safety has no end. Safety shouldn't have any end.
Yuri is gonna crouch down and ask, what does Papa look like? What do you know about him?
Papa, skin like mine. Hair like mine. And she kind of tugs at her chin whiskers and pulls them down to about her, like, belly button. Links of gold tied in, and pulls at her chin hairs.
Okay.
Is
Doesn't help
I don't know.
at all,
Sorry,
but, you
I don't
know.
know if this was answered already,
I
Joe.
just said
But
it
like,
out loud.
was it clear if her father is dead or not?
It hadn't
Did
been
she, like-
asked yet.
Okay, well that's what Alfin's gonna ask, and try to be kind about it. You know, he's a very sensitive topic when it comes to the death of family members. He's just gonna say, and just looking around a little bit, where exactly is Papa? Is he here in safety?
Papa became traveler.
All right.
Papa needed friends.
Why did he need friends? But I guess, where was he looking for them?
Everywhere but safety. Papa's...
And the others? Oh, I imagine it wasn't just the two of you.
Papa told me of Dark Day. There were many others, but now we are so few.
Joe, does Lila know anything about, like, the Dowie extinction at all?
Yeah, I'd say you could make a history check.
Okay.
Because the Dowie themselves aren't exactly forbidden knowledge, you know? It's like the...
Mm-hmm.
It's like the same thing as the... I forget what their tribe name was, but like the Native Americans in like the American Southwest who like built colonies into like ravines and then just disappeared.
Yeah.
But
I got a 22.
22, okay. So this would probably be something in the book that you have, honestly, and the studying that you've done of it. But there was so much information, you know, it's hard to recall, in especially tense moments. But one thing that you do know is that the Dowie themselves, they were... While the seat of their kingdom, at the height of its power, existed within Iverion, right? At least on the continent of Eridane. The Dowie were known to be greedy in a way. not for gold like other dwarves, but for knowledge. That was the Dowie's flaw. And it talks about allegiances with dark entities to gain more knowledge. But it also talks about this paranoia that the Dowie had, and how it was rumored, and of course, as far as Serlina Farin could deduce, the author of the book, is that the Dowie wrote, they made like safe houses, which were not as elaborate or sprawling as their cities within the mountains of Iverion, but they were places where they could go for respite until they could sort of crawl out and start again if anything bad did happen. And I would say the only other thing you'd be able to catch as you just double check in the book and verify that there are many ancient pacts and deals that the Dowies made with different entities all throughout the material and astral planes, right? Anywhere and everywhere the Dowie tried to go to gain information and to gain allies. So it's not uncommon, at least from what she's saying, that if her father is a king, is a ruler, that he would leave to find these allies. But you also know these places could be dangerous. So who knows if he would want to take his own daughter with him.
Okay, Lila's going to share that information, but like tell Yuri and Twig not to translate this part just in case, but she'll just kind of like relay that and say, and maybe the safety place was a place for them to hide away if need be.
So maybe we're walking into more of them, possibly.
Or maybe nothing, and she just doesn't know that there's nothing left. Could be either.
Well, we know that a lot of the Dowie were trapped, right? Because of the Dark One.
Does Lila know about the Dark One?
You would have become more familiar in the book, specifically. And the weird thing about your book is, and just hearing Twig say it, is a lot of these civilizations, these ancient civilizations, especially talking about their downfall, is related to some type of dark entity. In different parts of the books, they're called different names. In these sort of ancient civilizations. But
Okay.
always, the physical description of this, maybe it's like a vizier who comes to them offering guidance, a fortune teller, a prince coming back to his land to reclaim his throne from the person that usurped him. And all of these iterations, this man always looks the same. A man wearing black, whether it be black armor or black cloak or black clothes. Shadow seems to cling to him, and his eyes are balls of flame, like two small fireplaces.
Well, as soon as Twig mentions the Dark One, and Lila's gonna like raise an eyebrow, just like surprised to hear her know about the Dark One, and then just kind of look toward everyone else. Is the Dark One someone you're familiar with?
Well, let's not say we're friends.
Right. But it's
But-
not common knowledge.
Oh, sorry. As you were flipping through the book in that one part, I was just looking over my notes. It's
Oh, sorry.
very odd Lila, there is like an entire page that's just missing. Like, it's not ripped out. The text is gone.
But I remember Finch, you said he scooped
Yes, he did.
something from the book.
He scooped something.
Would
Yep.
she be able to make, if Felicity can make that
Wait.
connection, can Lila?
Wait,
Where is he?
Not with you.
No,
he's on the
he
island.
never joined us
Hope they
because he
could.
said he would meet up with us and never did. But Lila also was kind of like, meh, fuck him, so kept moving. She is going to actually then be like, and it looks like I found the page that he took some information from, and just kind of flip it back and forth, the empty page.
I take it you don't trust this guy.
No, I get the feeling there's another motive for him to be here. He suddenly had a strong interest in astral bodies as soon as I discovered something in this book. I think something that he may have been looking for. And then he got assigned to join me on this trip by persuading my father.
And now he's nowhere to be found.
Mm-hmm. He definitely has something else going on, but
How much do you know about the Dark One then?
and Joe, she pretty much knows just what's in that book, right? Anything from Sierra or
Yes.
Cerulina.
Cerulina Farron, yeah. It's so little. I mean, you understand, like, especially realizing when they say the Dark One, you kind of have this domino effect where, like, in your mind, reading them, they were all separate people because of how far away they were from each other in history and how far away they were just, like, not just temporally, but physically away from each other. But you have that sort of, like, domino effect, like, oh my God, that person and that person and that person and that person, they're all the same person. They're all the same entity. And so while you've never had any interaction with the Dark One before literally picking that book up, there was nothing before that, but you do now have a sort of realization there.
I had no real idea that he existed till very recently, so that's why I'm kind of surprised that you're already aware of him. And I still don't know much at all. I know basically what's in this book, and from the information in this book, I can kind of connect some pieces of past things I've learned, but I don't know what's actually a connection and what's just circumstance.
Okay.
Well-
Yuri's gonna give everyone else a look of I'm gonna start talking. Is it okay to tell her this stuff? And then she's gonna start saying to Lila, right, because the Dark One is a pretty big figure, and there's been some stuff happening in Iverion and other places of the world where we think the Dark One might be trying to cause a lot of trouble and a lot of destruction. And yeah, it's not such a figure of history anymore, and it's also big in Iverion. There are a lot of things happening, which is why if this Professor Finch person is scooping up information about the stuff, it's not great.
You think Professor Finch might be a dark friend?
I mean, where is he now? He, as you said, there's information missing from your book, right? And he was the last person to have it before you. Doesn't seem to have the best attitude, if you will. Didn't seem that concerned for your own life. Seemed way more invested in finding out whatever is in wherever the hell we are. And now he's nowhere.
I don't know. I've known him a long time. Basically, Joe, like her whole life, basically, right?
Yeah,
Has he been a teacher at the...
Yeah, he was an associate professor, and started out teaching there in lighter ways. But over the past, 20, 30 years, he's grown to have a master's in evocation magic now, and is known to be one of the most powerful non-headmaster professors at the school.
Well-
Perfect Finch has a huge stick up his ass, but I don't know if he's evil. I'm not gonna
Well,
lie.
I'm not sure about Dark Friend, but there are Dark Friends near Halfcrest.
I mean, even if he's not a dark friend, he could have his own intentions for doing this. Trust me, it doesn't matter how close people are. They can still be an asshole, and they can still
No,
stab
we're
you in the
definitely
back.
not close. That's for sure.
Well,
I don't. I'm not saying that it's not possible, because everything you're saying also makes sense in context, but it's just, you'll have to forgive me, it's a little outlandish right now, I believe.
hey, well, we'll see what happens when he shows up. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe he got caught up, held back by those things. And we did just jump through a hole to here.
He does have that snake ring, which looks like a symbol, and she's going to describe the sun and shadow with snakes making like the eating each other symbol.
Yeah.
That she saw. And I thought that was very strange. I don't know. Again, now everything you guys are saying even makes more sense. It's still just. I don't know.
Beginning, end. Same.
Oh.
Beginning and end, same. As she kind of speaks up and sees the symbols and kind of points at the two of them. The sun top half and the shadowy bottom half. Puabi just, same. Beginning, pointing at the sun, end. Same. Thin wall. Break apart. But same.
I feel so bad. I feel like we keep getting more answers from her, and I still am just so confused.
If end is meant to mean death, I suppose, then
Maybe.
well, if it's something that's both, I don't know if beginning's meant to be life or something else, but I don't really know what to think about any of it.
Maybe it's part of one of the, pacts that the Dowie made, and this beginning and end is, again, don't translate this, but like maybe it's a lie they were fed, that if at the end, which is safety, but maybe they just didn't realize that it's not actually safety. I don't know.
Whatever they made a deal with, maybe tricked them.
Right.
I'm following. But we're not gonna know. Just standing here. And Alfine's gonna look ahead. Is there anything in front of us?
Yeah, as you all have been walking, for one, it's worth noting that off on the horizon, about as far as your vision will go until it eventually turns into blurry blue and yellow mess, just as your vision just can't see that far.
Yeah.
There is a brief moment where all of your stomachs kind of drop because you see something burst from the sand. This massive creature, the size of probably Raven Rock, just begins to slither.
What?
What?
It's very far away from all of you, just slithering through the sand and then burrow back underneath as you look at the rib cage that you were walking past, and well,
It is time to get the. Oh, let's leave. Wherever
I
we're
feel
going.
very unsafe here in safety, and she's gonna start to turn around.
and you can see
Yes.
Puabi looks at that thing in the distance and just shakes her head. Safety. No safety.
Something's very wrong here.
No safety. And she starts to breathe very fast. No
Lila will
safety.
take her hand
No safety.
and just try and like be there with her. Hey, now I need a translator. We could keep you safe. Be safety for you. And she's just gonna like kind of plead with her a little bit, trying to calm her down.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. And this is, and I hate to do it, but this is with disadvantage because you're using a translator.
I know. No, that's only fair. It's definitely just an attempt.
Yeah.
Persuasion. Okay, well. Okay. No, that's the first one. Let's see if I roll lower, guys. Hold on.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, the second one was good. Damn. Okay, I got a 5.
Oh, okay. She just begins to breathe faster and faster and faster and faster until she just kind of like sits down onto the ground and she just starts like grabbing the sand and she just starts trying to dig and she's like, safety, have to find safety. Have to find safety.
All right. All
Have
right.
to
All
find
right.
safety.
Now Fionn's gonna like squat down and just kind of like put his arms around her and just kind of bring her in very slowly and just kind of hold on to her.
Go ahead and make an athletics check. Because as soon as
Oh,
you go to
shit.
grab her, she's like immediately trying to push you away. Like, no, safety. She just
well,
starts.
that's. Hold on, I don't know what my strength modifier is.
Oh.
That was pretty good though.
Okay.
But I don't know. She's a dwarf. She's probably strong.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 15.
Plus.
Let me look at my modifier. Sorry.
It's athletics, so.
Yeah, no, that's why I said let me.
Mm.
Pretty okay. Oh, okay. Well, a 16.
16? Okay. That is going to be a. Let's see, it's going to be 7 plus 7, so that's a 14. So as she tries to push you away, you can tell she's very strong, Nalfian. But as you grab her, in this moment,
He's not trying to be aggressive. He's just
yeah.
trying to like, yeah. Okay.
hold her. As you hold her, that's the better way to phrase
Yeah.
it. You sort of channel that energy that you have, those feelings that you have towards parenthood and being a dad. And while this, she is, as far as you can tell, 30 years old, she's still just, scared. And
Yeah.
you just hold her. And eventually, after holding her for a bit, she does just kind of drop her arms. And just, her breathing returns to normal.
Okay. Listen. He like looks to Twig.
Come over here.
Yeah. We are going to figure this out. And we are going to do our best to fix safety. But you have to be strong. Can you do that?
Yes.
We are not going to let anything happen to you. We are safety. Okay?
Promise?
I promise.
Like that. Puabi will stand. And will then continue on the path.
Now Finn's gonna draw his sword and just kind of walk with it out. Just in case.
Okay.
And also just kind of like as a show of like, don't be afraid.
Okay.
Is she carrying a weapon like in the picture, or does she
Yeah,
not have
she
anything?
does. She has a small, what looks to
Okay.
be hand axe, that is
Okay.
hanging from it. She never took it out. She was just digging with her hands.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So with that, you begin to follow her lead again, traversing through the sands once more, till eventually, after about an hour of time, you see something come to vision. You see steps leading up to a large structure. You see obelisks erecting from the ground, and you see statues standing as patient guardians to this place. You see what looks to be some type of pyramid-like structure, with two doors currently closed. But here you are approaching the ruins of safety.
Does Puabi like say or anything as we approach?
No, she has no idea. She's
Oh, okay.
very confused right now.
Okay. All right. Now feel like kind of look over her shoulder at everybody else. Final thoughts before we go in there.
Hopefully it's safe. I don't know.
Don't touch anything that might be a trap.
Good call.
All right. Let's just everyone stay close and let's figure this out. And Nalthian will take the first step forward, being careful to watch his step.
Okay.
Because I see pyramid and I smell booby traps.
Yeah, I was about to ask, with the Wand of Secrets that Twig got, does that have any, like, time duration on it? Or is it just, like, a momentary, like, instant thing?
It is within 30 feet of you, so it is just, like, once a day.
But, like,
Or,
it's
no,
just, like, a moment. It
yeah.
doesn't, like, last for, like, a certain amount of time or something.
Yeah, it's just kind of like you say the word of the wand, you know, you say the magical word, and, you know, it highlights briefly and then
Right.
fades away.
Like a little pulse thing, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an uncommon item, so yeah, that only makes sense that it's just like a little bloop, 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 like a sonar
I
thing.
do have 3 charges off it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when they do get up there and they get closer to where the doors are, she will expend one of those charges.
Okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. The magic channeling out of the wand, and you can see it hit the door and the area around you, and there is no there's no blips or anything.
Well, at least it should be safe to enter.
Nalthian will nod. Still with his sword drawn, he will also summon Echo Schnauf, and he will go first.
Yeah, Equinalf will go first. Okay. So, you begin to make your way, and the thing is as Equinalf approaches the door, you'd have to open it. It's definitely not something that he could open.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I should have clarified. I was just summoning him for him to be there for a little extra, you know.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so Nalthian will be the one to open the door.
Okay. So with that, Nalthian, you push both hands on the door, and you hear this grinding noise as you push and push and push. And the doors do budge. They do open as there is this like wind that flies out of the area. The air that was inside was stale and foul. The sand around you is pushed away, revealing behind you what looks to be some type of story or carvings into the ground that had been covered completely in sand, but that massive burst of air reveals on the ground that same drawing that Puabi had in her room.
Nalthian will like point that out to her.
And the interesting thing is, there is this The circles are... There are two colors that the circles either are. So how there are 7 of them, they are either the same color as the stone, or there's one here that seems to be a colored stone of some sort. It looks to be a deep red. And currently, the deep red stone is the farthest to the right, which would be the seventh one. The one that the shadowy tendrils crawl around.
And is there
Okay.
anything else in this room? Or space or whatever?
Yeah, so that was just what you see behind you, right? As the wind blew and knocked the sand away from that etching, from that carving in the ground. As you step in, it's fairly dark, and there's not very much you can see, even with the dark vision. There is something strange happening in here as you move in. Eventually, after adjusting, the winds behind you, they fade. And the ambient noises of the pyramid begin to fall into place. As you step in, this first place, this room, begins to clear. You begin to see it. And what you can see in front of you is... Oh, man. All right. So you can see at the very, very end of this room, there is a massive statue of what looks to be an armored dwarf. Large, long beard that seems to have a similar texture as Puabi's. Wearing armor very similar to Puabi. It stands about 10 feet in the air, and you can see that there is like a hood sort of comes up over their face, causing it to be cast in a dark shadow. Grasped in the shadow's left hand is a scythe. It's razor sharp and carved out of black stone. The statue's right arm is raised out in front of it, holding in its clutches a metal chain. The chain stretches to the floor, and suspending a wicked blade inches over a circular indentation, roughly 8 feet wide. The circle is hewn with 2 inches of stone and is decorated with lettering spiraling towards the center. The script is fine and spidery and glows of a faint red tinge. 12 candles mark the edges of the circle, standing at regular intervals. All are lit, and their wicks are slowly burning and casting flickering shadows over the chamber. As you step closer, you look, and it's odd. That spidery text, Puabi recognizes it immediately, and it is very similar to something you've seen before, Twig and Eurydice, and even Nalfian, you'd recognize Dowie's script. But it's odd. As it glows that faint red color, the words begin to shift. The symbols begin to change until you recognize, in common, the lettering, seemingly changed for you so you could read it properly. And on it, there is writing. So, as I said, remember, you can see these, this large 8-foot wide circle, and there are 2 blades attached to that chain. So those 2 blades can change on that 8-foot wide circle with 12 regular intervals. You may recognize this as a clock. It's what it looks like.
Oh my god, you could have said that to start.
Yeah, I'm just like, there's 12 things.
Yeah, I'm
equidistant,
trying
I
to-
think, and it's
You should have opened with that.
I've been so confused. You could have said the clock.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. All right.
Oh no!
No, I
Okay.
love you. We love.
So, what I'm going to do is what the goal is here is to move the blades of the clock, right? The arms of the clock into the right time. And each time is denoted with a candle, right? 12 regular intervals, just like a normal clock, okay?
I can feel my brain exploding.
Oh, just you wait, all right? So here we go.
Please tell me you get a map.
No, what you can do is you can draw it on top of this one, though, right? You can use the draw
Oh,
tool.
what? Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe assign one person to draw, so we don't have like 18 circles
Hold
on
on, I've got my
the.
tablet.
Wait,
Oh,
are
there.
we on a
Tablet,
new
let's go.
page, or what's the picture we're looking at? Is it still the ruins of safety?
So I was gonna leave it at the ruins of safety because the more that nice.
Oh, that's fine. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure I was on the, because mine sometimes doesn't load, so I have to refresh. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah, no. This one's good. Okay.
Cool,
Okay.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
cool.
God.
Time, Mr. Wolf.
What's happening?
Okay. Well, Gemma, while you're drawing that, let me go ahead and read you and post in the chat what it
Yeah.
says. All right.
Is that what clocks look like? This is enough strokes, right?
Oh
That
my
is-
god.
Yeah.
There should be 12.
Wait, no, that's
1, 2, 3,
too many.
7,
Right?
8,
No,
9,
wait,
10,
is it
11,
1,
12.
2,
No, it's
3,
perfect.
4, 5, 6,
It
7,
is.
8, 9,
It's
10,
full.
11, 12.
Okay.
Yeah, I know
All
how
right.
clocks
All right.
look like.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh yeah, I'm being stupid. It's fine.
All right. You ready to put your thinking caps on, ladies and gentlemen?
As we've been confused the whole session. We're like, all right, let's figure it out.
See,
Honestly.
Felicity, your love of Legend of Zelda. This is why. This is why this is
Oh,
happening. All right.
Sorry, guys. This is my fault. Let's go, though. I'm ready.
All right. So this is what it says.
Okay.
The statue before you
Clicking.
holds a chain that was made for keeping the time with its pendulum blade.
Okay.
The mid-hour of the night is farthest away from where the eyes of the statue in its head lay. Hours of daytime and hours of night here are the same. I shall shed that light. Each hour is named after a person or thing. Your job is to find me. I am not hiding. With the silence of the grave, a death come too soon. The master of shadow stands 13 past noon. Past him
Oh,
stands...
there's more? Oh my god.
Yeah, there does. Yeah. Yeah, there is. Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere
Oh, God.
between a valiant sight, a knight of the realm, and a dragon who fight. Now, just as a clarification here, bolter is a term for a type of person in Illica. You could most commonly relate them to like people from Romania, specifically like the fortune teller types, right? Traveling bands of people that go around. Okay, so just to clarify there. Okay. Merchant, a trader, his wares beside him in wagon. Crouches as far as he can from the infamous dragon. The mystical bolter, with her tarot cards, steadies his
It's
wares,
so many times.
lest they crash into shards. You guys aren't ready. So funny. I'm so excited.
You didn't
I
give
feel
us
like
a map?
I'm getting this. I feel like I'm getting this, just very slowly.
The beast of red scales and his long
Glad you
crimson
are.
tongue is caught right between the knight's blade and the shadowy one. Across from the castle stands the giant of rock. The Hydra of nightmares stands across from the hawk. The hawk is majestic, with feathers of red perched next to the bolter, who keeps it well fed. The peasant sleeps poorly, he tosses and screams, for his is the hour of ghosts and dreams. My place is not tricky. Find where I lie. I stand where not mentioned. Which hour am I? There you go.
Okay, so we just need to find the place
That's not
isn't
named.
named. Okay.
Ooh.
That's okay.
So
Now, it
starting though,
should be
mid-hour of
the
night,
last
do we
thing.
think that means 12?
The last thing that I need to say here is that as you are, so you can move the blades yourselves, and in order to select your answer, you pull down on the chain, and you can see that in this room, tucked away in up against the walls, there are these 4 statues that sit tucked away in these alcoves. They seem to be statues not made of stone, but made of metal. They seem to be dwarves, but covered in what would be like plate armor. And you just see them sort of looming over the room, standing about 12 feet tall.
So if we get this wrong, we're fighting those things.
I mean,
We might have
That's
a
a
couple
Nalfian.
chances.
That's a Nalfian
Okay.
thing. He's putting it together.
Okay, so wait, so let's just say this. Oh god. Let me just stop my tablet from freaking out. Okay. So
okay,
just
so the first couple messages are just explaining the setup. Each
yeah,
hour
this
is named.
This is our
after
chain
person
guy,
or
by the
thing. You're-
way.
That's where he's positioned?
Yeah, just so we know what direction we're facing, just because I
Yeah.
feel like it's easier.
yep. That would be
Okay,
it.
yeah. Well,
On
that's
the,
what I'm trying to make sure.
on the opposite end of the room of where you guys are standing. Yep,
Okay, so we're down here.
correct.
Okay.
So mid hour of night is farthest away from the eyes of the statue in its head lay. So it's if the statue's there, midnight is right where Joe just or Kayla just.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's midnight or just 12.
Yeah, get
Okay.
that spaces out of there.
Each
Okay.
hour's name. Yeah, I'm not hiding. Yes, you are. You're hiding. If you didn't tell us.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's only a 12-hour clock. It's not a 24. I think that's what the next one means with like the daylight,
Yeah.
the hours of daylight and all that.
Mhm.
Okay. The Master Shadow stands 13 past noon. Past noon?
Like 13 minutes or 13 hours past noon? Because if it's
Wouldn't
13,
that be one? One?
that
right?
would be 1.
So, it
So-
could be either or, though, is the thing, because we don't actually know it's a
Here?
clock. That's how clocks work, yeah.
Right here? Question mark? Yeah.
Wait, can we put the 12 up where we and then swap the statue? Because it's gonna help us a lot more.
Is it? Because we're if you think about it, as we're entering the room where the stairs are here on the picture, right? And we're facing the statue. And
I
then
just meant. Oh yeah.
sorry. I mean we can change it.
Well, I just meant for my own dyslexia to know where
I'm
things
so
are.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, we'll figure it out. Okay,
So
it does
what do we
sound
need
like
to put?
the shadow then stands at 1, 13 past noon. Is that 13 hours past noon? So that would be 1.
Okay, I can't draw for some reason, so never mind.
Yeah, okay, so that would be
Yeah, I think
one.
only Gemma has control to.
Okay, that's fine. I was just
I
gonna
don't
try
know,
to
I just have- If someone
mention that
wants
we're
to put
here.
text of who's there, though, I would appreciate you forever. So Master of Shadow is meant to be a 1.
How do you?
I've
Is this the text? Let me try.
I'm trying to, but it
If
won't
you
let
go
me.
to the pencil and then
Pencil.
text, right?
Yeah, I'm
Text.
trying to, but oh,
Here's text. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you
Someone
have
got
to
it.
you have to click and drag when you hit the text tool. So click and drag.
Aha!
I tried.
Oh
It doesn't
The
like me.
shadow. Right here
Oh,
near
you can
1
change text.
o'clock.
Okay.
Oh,
There you go. I
shadow.
got it.
So there.
Okay.
Oh, now I want to let go of it. Just don't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, as
Nope,
soon as you
nope,
move
I'm-
away, just left click and drag, and then that'll unselect it.
Don't. It just moved my whole screen. Okay.
Oh,
Nope,
no.
and then I made another one. This is not.
What in the heck is these?
Can you delete those, Joe? Okay, I'm just gonna unclick. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna constantly do text. I'm not gonna press anything else. Because this-
Yeah,
Okay.
if you're gonna so then what you want to do is if you want to not make text anymore, you got to like hit the select drawings button at the very top of the thing.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. I got it. I got there. We're here. All right, so shadow probably at 1 for now.
Mhm.
Yeah. Could the peasant be? Wait, no. Never mind. I'm not saying.
No. How?
Wait,
how
I do
fine.
have a thought though. Just skipping a few because a lot of them are just like, okay, it's like past and there's like other things that I guess are gonna be opposites or whatever. But the one where it's the Beast of Red Scale and Long Crimson Tongue, how it's like between the Knight's Blade and the Shadowy One. So it's just like you'd assume that I guess the red scales of the dragon would have to be next to the shadow, and then that would put 2 more in place, right?
I think
So like at 2 then the dragon would be, and then the next one would be the knight, so at 3.
I thought it does it say something's between the dragon though?
Yeah, because it's
The Beast of Red Scale and the Long Crimson Tongue is caught right between the Knight's Blade and the Shadowy One. So where
That
is
would
the
make
Knight's
sense.
Blade?
Here?
So the knight would have to be at 3, right?
But what
Because-
if the Knight we find is where is the Knight located? Is there a thing about the Knight in here?
No, not specifically.
I thought that should be.
Past
I think
his
there's multiple
Bolter
for each
and
of them,
somewhere
right?
between a Valiant Sight, a Knight of Realm, and a Dragon who fight. So past him stand. Okay, wait.
Oh,
Yeah, and then
I
that's
can do
past
that.
the shadow, right? Because that's referring to.
Ooh.
So it should be after 12.
Sorry, there's also one thing that I forgot to change in here. It doesn't make a difference, but where I said the bolter thing, one of the words I didn't change. So on the third one that says the hawk is majestic with feathers of red perched next to the gypsy, obviously, that's not a great word. So that's just bolter.
Okay. Somewhere between a Valiant Sight, a Knight of the Realm, and a Dragon who fights. So basically, that's saying that the Bolter is across. So basically, directly across. So where the smiley face is, like the one closest there, but shadow, like where my little mouse is right now. Would that be the Bolter then? But then that says that the Knight and the Dragon are anywhere between that area.
Well, that works, right? Well, I'm sorry, I'm like trying to like keep track of things.
But then, if the dragon, so if it goes down here, a beast red of scale and a long crimson tongue is caught right between the Knight's Blade and the Shadowy One. Because that could be, if the knight ends up being somewhere up here, the red dragon could end up. I mean, we can put it there for now and move things around. I'm just like thinking.
Yeah.
I'm just like, if it has to be caught between, like, I don't know if that means like directly between. Though, is what I'm thinking. Because I'm just trying to find things that are next to each other and work from there.
Right. Because I read it as like just the middle of, so like there could be another thing next to it, but it's in the middle.
Wouldn't it make more sense if it was directly in the middle though? Because
And it might. That's just how I read it though. So we can have them there and
move it
go
around
from there. Yeah. And so the bolter should be right here. So I'll just make a text. Is that how everyone else read that too?
How? Okay.
Sorry, which one are you referring to? Go back to that.
Yeah.
So
how did you get the bolter over here?
So right after with the signs of the grave and the shadow 13 past noon, and we have him at 1 o'clock. Then it says past him, which I'm assuming him is referring to the shadow, stands the bolter. So like I'm thinking directly across.
You think past him, or it's just like it between? Oh, because this is a 12-hour clock.
Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere between a Valiant Sight, a Knight of a realm and a dragon who fight.
Past.
I mean, it doesn't say across, it does just say past. It's a very
Somewhere
general thing.
between a valiant knight and the realm and a dragon who fight. So, okay, wait, listen. Would the bolter be up here instead? So if it's past the shadow, and in between,
Oh, it could be.
there's
yeah.
a dragon and a knight, right? So, past him, so, okay, starting from the top. With silence of the girl, blah, 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 death comes too soon. The Master of Shadows stands 13 past noon, right? 13. We got 1. Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere between the knight and a dragon. So between the bolter and the shadow is the knight and the dragon. So the bolter is up here. Hopefully. I don't know. This is just work with me there. um, the merchant, a trader who wears beside him in a wagon, his wares beside him in a wagon, crouches as far away as he can from the infamous dragon.
So
So
we have to be opposite there, right?
yeah,
that
so
would
the
make
merchant
sense.
here.
Let me add a text. And that's merchant right there,
Yeah.
Kayla?
Yeah. Hopefully I'm not wrong.
Merchant.
Merchant.
Yeah, it's merchant.
Okay. The mystical bolter with her tarot cards studies her wares. At least they crash into shards. That doesn't help us with anything. Okay. The beast of red scale with long crimson tongue is caught between the. Yeah, yep, okay. Across from the castle stands the giant of rock. The hydra of nightmares stands across from the hawk. Well, we don't have a castle yet. Hawk is majestic with feathers of red.
Wait, would castle maybe mean like the knight or something? Because, you know, knights and castles. I don't know. This is a stretch.
Well,
That's
we
what
can
I
do
was
the
kind of thinking.
We can do the hawk though, because the hawk is perched next to the bolter,
Okay.
who keeps it well fed.
Yeah, so that works. Because the castle could be like the knight and dragon together, too.
The Hydra of Nightmares stands across from the hawk, so maybe the Hydra is down here.
I'm sorry for us to like fill these all in and have like all
Be
of
wrong?
them filled out because we've accidentally like missed something that's meant to be a duplicate. Anyways.
Yeah.
So Hydra here.
Yeah.
Hydra right there, okay.
I don't know about the castle just yet. He's well fed. The peasant sleeps poorly, tosses and screams, for his is the hour of ghosts and dreams. I don't know
Have
about
we had
that one.
mention of ghosts or something? Is it
Hour
ghosts
of
in his
and
dreams?
So, wait.
Well,
what's
something
happening with
has to be
Hydra?
at 12, right? So maybe midnight. Right? Do you think of midnight as like, you know...
Oh, the ghost of yeah. Let's put the peasant down here for now. Okay, and someone put Hydra right here because I can't fill in that text for some reason.
Wait,
Yeah,
did
the
I
text
not...
is not working with me, so Felicity, I'm just leaving this on
I
you.
have Hydra there. Can no one else see it?
No.
No.
Oh, there it
no.
goes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was
no.
like, wait, I did it. And this
Oh,
is...
Peasant?
What was with the ghost? Peasant. Okay. Okay.
Let me move your lovely faces here so they're not in the way of the peasant.
Yeah, get out of the way of the peasant.
Okay, but we
We are the
still
peasants.
have a couple more hours. What do we have?
Well, we
left?
still have like a
Well, we have the...
Oh wait, no, because wait, you were saying that the bolter is standing place for what the
The gypsy.
what is a slur is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have the Hydra.
We need
Where's
the
the-
castle.
Yeah, where was that one? Merchant. We have Merchant. Bolter. Beast of the Red Scale.
Okay,
Wait, do we
question.
think the wagon's its own thing?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Is the
I
wagon
don't know
its
if
own
we'd
thing?
be able to tell though, like where it would be, but it has
It's
to be next to the
capitalized.
Oh
merchant.
wait, Giant of Rock. A rock giant. Stands
Is
the
giant
Giant of Rock. Across from the castle stands the Giant of Rock. The Hydra of Nightmares stands across from the hawk. So across from the castle, which could be either the knight or the dragon.
Could
Right?
we? I don't know. That's what's tricking me up with the castle thing.
Across
Question,
from the
Joe.
castle.
Is
Yes.
wagon like one? Like since it's capitalized? I'm gonna go with yes.
You're not gonna tell us, so yeah.
Yeah.
Where's
The trader
dragon?
wears beside him in wagon, so it could be either, but it could be on either side.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, Felicity. So giant rock of giant. Where were you going with that?
I think I think wagon and the rock giant are the two that we need, or castle. I don't know. I'm confused about that one.
Okay,
But the giant, it said, where did it go? Across from the castle stands the giant of rock. So the rock giant. Do you think the knight? If that's true, I guess right here would be the rock giant, right across from the knight. If we're doing that, like right here.
Right, because the knight would be in a castle, is what we're assuming.
That's my guess.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Just a question with like the bolter, the mystical bolter with her tarot cards, steadies his wares, lest they crash into shards. Like, who's the his then? Because there's like two people, so the bolter is meant to be next to someone with wares.
Is that
And the wares would be the
person in
merchant,
question?
right? And that's a little awkward.
Is that the person in question that we're trying to find the place of, the missing place? Maybe
I
the
don't know.
bolter needs to have nothing next to them.
I don't know if that means that though. I don't know if it's that, or if it's like because the merchant has like, you know, a card or something. So like, where's the card? Like, I don't know if that's meant to mean that they're meant to be somewhat close to each other.
Yeah, I don't know. I will say, just if it makes it any clearer, any word that is capitalized, like outside of the beginning of a sentence, it's important. So it is.
Okay,
Okay,
so
never mind.
wagon
Ignore
is
everything
important.
I just said.
So wagon is important. Okay, so if we put the rock giant here, then the wagon has to be next to the merchant,
Okay.
right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that leaves us with one place, which is what we need.
With 2 places.
Wait, no, what?
Yeah, we
Oh,
have
yeah, 'cause,
6
okay.
o'clock and whatever clock Kayla's pointing at. I
So
can't.
then what are we missing then?
Wait, hold on. Let's read through this and double check what we have so far, okay? So the midnight hour is farthest away, obviously, where the eyes of the statue lay. So the statue's up top, midnight hour is down here. Okay? We got that figured out. It's 12-hour clock. Each hour is named after person or thing, which we got that. Great. Our first one. The silence of the grave. A death come too soon. The master shadow stands 13 past noon, which we have as 1 o'clock. Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere between, a knight and a dragon who fight. So we have the dragon. Okay, beautiful. A merchant, a trader, his wares beside him in wagon, crouches as far as he can away from the dragon.
Also, yes.
Okay. The mystical bolter, with her tarot cards, steadies his wares, lest they crash into shards. Which is so weird, because, like, is she steadying the merchant's wares?
I do not know.
Because that's weird. Okay,
Is
maybe
it
it's...
his?
Also, wait,
okay,
is
wait,
the
is
his
the
and hers, are they meant to be with the same person?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's, like, steadies her wares.
Well, is it capital, the his?
No.
None of those are capitalized.
So
just
I don't
the
think it
starting.
matters.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just like, if it's meant to be in reference to something,
I know, that's what's confusing. Whereas
unless maybe the
with
knight's
her
like a
tarot
guy or
cards,
something,
steady
it's
his
he's got
wares,
some wares, I don't know.
lest
I
they
don't know.
crash into shards. I
We
still
also
think his
don't-
Sorry, River.
Are we meant to have that one?
Meant to have
Which
what?
one?
The castle?
We
Well,
might.
Wait, yeah, castle's capitalized.
Yeah, because
Oh,
we
shit.
still need to fill. We have 2 empty
Oh
spots,
shit, yeah.
so I think we need the castle, which then means
castle is
that
meant to be
the
opposite
rock
the giant
giant
rock.
isn't across from the knight.
So we fucked up. We fucked up. Wait, no, what about the peasant? Because we weren't sure about the peasant, and the only other opposite spaces that we could fill, because I feel like all the others are right besides maybe rock giant, peasant, and I don't know. So like, if the castle and the rock giant must be opposite, then I feel like they respectively must take the 12 and, like, you know, the opposite place, which
So
it doesn't
rock
matter
giant
which
up
way
here?
they are.
Okay, wait,
Well,
yeah,
it doesn't
wait,
really matter
wait.
which way they are, though,
Put
because
the
like
rock
we just
giant
know
up
both
here.
those are taken.
We'll put the rock giant up here because steady his wares unless he gets something back with shards. If the rock giant's right here and his wagon's next to the rock giant, there might be shards of rock.
I
Alright?
still think the his means like a blank space next to the bolter for some reason, but
But the mystical bolter with the tarot cards steadies his wares. If the bolter's right here, it's really I don't know.
I don't know.
Then
We
where
need
does
to
the
figure out the
peasant
castle.
go?
I don't know because the peasant just says it's the hour of ghosts, and I'm like, that's gotta be something like, straightforward, right?
I thought the Hour of Ghosts would be something like free, like the witching hour type thing.
I was thinking that too, but then the knight and dragon, maybe we went the wrong direction. Maybe, oh god, shit, guys, did we go
But
the
even
wrong
if it
direction?
is the wrong direction, then we just need to flip it, right?
Yeah, we would just need to, because, like, then the dragon, then the knight, then the bolter would be here.
Yeah, it would be the same, just like opposite.
Okay, grab them and switch them.
Okay, and then peasant would be at 3 o'clock?
But wait, but then how would that make sense with the 13 past noon thing?
No, the shadow will still
The
stay
shadow
the same.
stays the same.
But wait, doesn't the shadow?
No, it'd just be the dragon and knight. What?
No. But with the the master of shadow stands between blah blah blah. Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere between there's the knight and the dragon.
Still between, just the other way.
Yeah, they're still between. They're just the other direction.
Just somewhere between. Let's try it, and then if it's wrong, we can always change it back.
Yeah. I can't move knight and dragon. I don't know who put those.
Oh, I think those are me.
Okay. So, I think bolter goes here if knight and dragon go between the bolter, because then the hawk goes next to the bolter, and the peasant
Wait.
we're putting at 3 o'clock.
Hold up. Wait, where am I putting knight?
I think dragon, it goes shadow, dragon, then knight, right?
Okay.
Is that how we
So-
had it?
I
Shadow
have no idea.
dragon.
Because the dragon's
Okay,
right
dragon,
next
knight.
to the shadow. The beast of red scale, along crimson tongue, is caught right between the knight's blade and the shadowy one. Yeah, so the dragon has to be between the knight and the shadow. Peasant is now at 3 o'clock. Bolter's next to the hawk still, but the merchant has to be far away from who again? The dragon? So does that mean
Yeah.
the merchant would be up here?
Yeah.
Well, the merchant would have to be at where Rock Giant is currently.
Yes.
The hawk is meant to be opposite the Hydra.
Yeah.
Where's the Hydra gone?
It's
I don't
behind Twig and
know.
Eurydice's head.
Oh,
I just got
It's hiding it.
what was the thing with the Hydra's position? Because we got that one. No,
Stands
we got
across
the-
from the hawk.
Yeah.
well right
So-
now
we
we
need
need
to find where the hawk is
across
first,
from
right?
peasant.
Oh man.
What if we just opt to fight these
Should
things
we?
now?
Should we start over? Should
I
we
don't
like
think
put
that's a good
all the
idea.
words over here and just
Let's
start?
have a word bank.
Yeah, let's have a word bank. Okay,
What?
let's just get all the
God,
words
you're
first.
such a teacher.
We'll just make it so just recreate the knight and the dragon just so that
Yeah,
all the
I'll do
same
that. I'm
person
also
has,
gonna
like,
make the
controls of commands.
castle.
Thank you. This
Yeah,
is
Yeah.
this will help. This will help.
Yeah. We're doing it.
We got this, team.
Is there another word we were missing, or is it just castle that we didn't have?
No,
So we should
I
have
need to
11
make
words,
knight
right?
and dragon.
Oh yeah, I need to add those.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll add those now. Night. Good night. Night.
You're gonna get rid of this 12. That's right. Here.
Dragon.
Oh, I was just gonna add more to orient yourself back and delete that.
Oh yeah, now we know the times. Well, oh, oops. I mean, the green 12
wait.
is helpful, but that's fine.
Oh, I thought Joe was replacing them. My-
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, I
Joe.
was-
I'm sorry. I'll stop talking.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to help.
Yeah. Well, we don't need two sets of numbers. That'll just make things more confusing.
Okay, so let's start from the top.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Who wants
Sit.
to read? I'll place words. Yeah.
I got you, fam. I got you,
Okay,
fam.
cool.
Okay. The mid-hour of night is farthest away from where the eyes of the statue and its head lay. So 12 o'clock. We know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. With the silence of grave, a death.
Hold on, are we moving the names? Because Felicity, you're
What-
the only one that can move things.
Yeah. What are we putting at 12?
Nothing yet.
Nothing's been
That's
said
what I
yet. This
thought.
is like
Oh, okay, right,
establishing
right.
the
Never
rules.
mind.
Yeah.
I was like, if something was said, I'm sorry.
No, no.
Sorry, I'm just dumb.
No, you're
With
fine.
silence of grave, a death come too soon. The master of shadow stands 13 past noon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wowsy wowsies. I'm gonna go with that one.
But
Yeah,
that gets us back to what we were doing last time, right?
Okay, do you want to go the other way and put noon over here? Or
But that wouldn't make sense if it's past it.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
So I'm
right
just like,
here.
have we undone this or just to like
I'm
recreate
pretty-
the same thing?
Confident about the night being at 1 o'clock. But it's,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we missed something else somewhere else, though.
okay. Next one. Ready?
Mhm.
Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere between the knight and the dragon who fight.
So
I don't think we can deal with that yet, though.
All right, next one. No worries. Merchant, a trader, his wares beside him, a wagon, crouches as far away from the dragon.
Again, we can't. I think it's best to just...
Okay. Skip.
Because I don't think we can do anything until the one after that where it talks about the Knight's Blade.
Okay.
Because that's the only other mention of Knight, and that's the only place we've got so far. And I think he's going to be our
Oh, wait,
anchoring
I
point,
put
because I'm
the-
pretty sure we're
that's supposed to be
certain
the
that he's going to be
shadow.
at 1.
Oops.
Is the
Oops, that's
why
castle.
is
I'm picking up the
the
wrong
demon not
ones.
better? Okay.
Shadow.
Yeah, the shadow's supposed to be there.
Okay. Oh god, I was starting to get really nervous when you put the knight at 1. I was like,
No, because it picks up if you're like close to another one, even if it's
Yeah.
like highlighted, it'll pick up the other one. I'm like, what the hell? So there, we're fine. Well, hey guys, we're on the right track with the shadow. So
All right.
I get
Yeah, same thing what I was saying, but we need to find another reference to Shadow, I feel like. Because we can't fill anything else unless we've got our, like, its reference to our, like, anchor point of Shadow.
So, does shadow stand for maybe the peasant sleeps poorly as he tosses and screams in his hour of ghostly dreams? Like maybe his dreams are the shadow, so maybe the peasant's here? How do we feel about that?
Wait,
Or am I
but isn't
wrong?
he at the hour, though?
I
Yeah,
don't know
well,
what that
his is
means.
the hour of ghosts in his dreams. So
I mean,
I
I
don't
could be wrong.
think so, because I don't think...
Okay, the next one that
Because they'd
mentions
have to
the
be on the same
shadow
thing.
is the beast of red scale, the long crimson tongue, is caught right between the knight's blade and the shadowy one.
It's right between. It might go like Shadow Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just which direction do they go? Do we want to try the other direction? Do we want to go
But-
where dragon's on noon, or do we want to do dragon on 2 o'clock?
Hold up.
Because like I think it's right next to them. It's just which direction do we head?
If we want to keep the peasant free for like the witching type shit, then we'd have to get away. We
River, you're
Oh.
cutting out really badly, hun.
Yeah, can't understand what you're saying.
Dragon.
One more
just
time, babe.
Oh no.
the witching hour stuff.
Wait, River, do you want to type what you're saying, just because we can't hear you?
I think we should try it with the peasant at 3 and see. So we should try.
So
it-
then the dragon and knight this way?
Yeah, and then so I'll move peasant here for now, and we'll try the dragon here.
Wait, no, hold up. I think I found why we put them the way that they were before. Oh, whoops, okay, wait, hold up. Because... God damn it. The new things added to the chat, it moves everything. Oh yeah, because when it's talking about the shadow, the next thing, past him sends the bolter. And between is the knight and the dragon. So if the bolter's afterwards, like, surely it would have to be on this side of things. Just because otherwise it'd be before, right?
Oh, you're thinking about literal time, not just like placement.
It's
Because
Oh, am I the only one thinking about that? I don't know.
yeah, because we're
That's what
thinking
it just read to
placement.
me.
No, that's fair. Because we were thinking like placement. It's just like, walking past somebody. Past the shadow is the bolter.
Okay.
But you're
my only other
thinking
thing is just like
time.
when we're thinking about the shadow and where they are, because it's like 13 past noon. That we're thinking time, and like it is a
Oh.
clock. So I'm just like,
Say that
make
again, then,
sense?
Gemma, because I'm confused. Say what you're trying to claim.
For the past him sense the bolter, the him referring to the shadow. So past him, as in like clock, would mean that like the bolter needs to be on this side
Okay.
with the dragon and the knight between. But then that's just setting up what we had before.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Which I don't know if we're that wrong with what we had before.
Okay,
just-
so bolter up here then?
That's and that's where we had the bolter, but it was just maybe we should
Yeah,
try
and,
what we
like-
had before and see where, because maybe we just
Yeah,
'Cause
and with the peasant,
Gemma's
I don't know,
thinking-
because like I get the witching hour thing for the nightmares, but I feel like it's just, I don't know, it just feels too much of a loose connection.
Yeah, that's why I was
Because
feeling
like
pretty.
the hours of like night could be just like, you know, any hours where it would be nighttime is where you can have like nightmares, which I don't know if that's super helpful or like, you know, anything. But I don't know.
Maybe we should just hold off on peasant for a while and see if wherever
Yeah.
is left makes sense. Okay, so
Okay. Well, I keep thinking that the rock giant is next to the bolter simply because they study their wares lest they crash into shards. But I don't. But like the different
Yeah.
pronouns are confusing me.
And like I don't know what about like sure the rock giant can be destructive, but the shards thing, like I don't know how that would gel with that.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
the fact
either.
that shards specifically, and like nothing here seems like a good shadow, so I don't even know, but
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay. Blip, blip, blip. Okay, the hawk is majestic with feathers of red perched next to the bolter who kept it well fed. So the hawk has to go here. Yeah, okay. What can we do next? The merchant, a trader, his wares beside him a wagon, crouches as far as he can away from the dragon. So here,
that makes the most sense to me.
now we have to figure out his wagon.
but it's
The
just
wagon-
either way across from him, so I don't think we can
So
do
I'm
that
just gonna
yet.
put it right behind him, so we know the wagon has to go at one of
Yeah.
those two, but we
Yeah.
won't
I-
block it off right away.
I will say, just maybe, because I've been thinking, as Blossom kind of speaks up a little bit and says, I never had seen them very often, but there were sometimes bolters would come through for Dalka. You see, they were like, they were from Macavia, and they didn't want to stick to the ways of what the culture had become, so they left. But they still wanted to keep that. And one of the things bolters would do is they would travel along with merchant wagons. It seems like any time you would find bolters, they would always be near merchants. Or if not merchants, then their wagons for sure. So I don't know if they kept that historical context in mind, or if they... I don't know.
That makes things hard with the wagon
Well-
and the hawk.
But then keep wagon there, because like if it's just nearby, then it's just like,
Well, I guess
you know,
the
that's the
bolter
nearest spot.
doesn't
Yeah.
have to be right next to the knight and the dragon. It just has to be
That's true.
past the
Past it.
shadow. So we could put the hawk here, the bolter, or we could,
But if we did
but
merchant
the bolter could
wagon bolter,
be here.
Yeah, because he
Yeah.
studies his wares or whatever, so put the wagon here.
Yeah, and then this leaves that space, because then the bolter's still past the shadow, and the knight and dragon are still like sandwiching, or the
Mhm.
shadow, they're still sandwiching, and the hawk
And
is
the
still next to the
merchant-
bolter.
okay.
It's so far from the dragon.
What else do we have about
Yeah.
the merchant? Because we have another one about the merchant that has placement, right?
I don't remember. We can just
Okay.
pick up and keep going,
Honestly.
and then move it when we get there.
Let's see here. The Hydra of Nightmare stands across from the hawk. So the Hydra here?
That would make sense.
Also with the Hydra and nightmares, but then
But wait,
Peasant.
The
nightmares,
peasant?
peasants,
so they're
and
next
it's
to each
still
other.
at
then?
midnight. Yeah, because that's the hour of nightmares next to the Hydra, or it could be. We could also move it to the other side, but
Yeah.
No, I bet that also makes sense because then you know shadow and there's like a Hydra that's like you know
Spooky.
of course you sleep poorly because yeah, and like
Okay.
shadows
Okay.
and ghosts and things.
okay. Then the hawk next to the gypsy keeps it well fed. We got that. Peasant sleeps poorly. Sorry, Kayla, you read.
Oh, you're fine, honey. I was just going with you. I'm trying to figure out one that says something about the rock giant or the castle, because that's kind of what we need.
Well, if it's across from the castle, then it has to be those two slots
That are
because those are the
left.
only ones that stand apart from each other.
But
and all
is
we
the
need to know
castle?
is we don't need to
Castle
know
will be
which way they are.
closer
Though,
to
is
the
the
night,
thing.
right?
It
Just
doesn't
like
matter
naturally.
because we
I don't-
just need the blank space, and
Right.
that
That's
gives us
true.
the
It
blank space
doesn't
of
matter.
9.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then 9 o'clock.
Let me read it first, though. Let's go through it and
Yeah.
work this out. Okay. My brain hurts. Okay. In the mid-hour of night, the farthest away from where the eyes of the statue in its head lay. We got that. We know that. With the silence of the grave, a death comes too soon. The Master of Shadow, 13 past noon. Past him stands the bolter, and somewhere between the knight and the dragon who fight. Merchant, a trader, his wares beside him in wagon, crouches as far away as he can from the dragon. The mystical bolter, with her tarot cards, steadies the wagon, right? Steadies his wares, lest they crash into shards. The beast of red scale and long crimson tongue is caught right between the knight's blade and the shadowy one. Across from the castle stands the giant of rock. The Hydra of Nightmares stands across from the hawk. The hawk is majestic with feathers of red, perched next to the bolter who keeps it well fed. The peasant sleeps poorly, he tosses and screams, for his is the hour of goose in his dreams. I think it's this spot up here.
I feel good about this.
Yeah.
Everyone feeling good?
We're looking in 9.
River, how do you feel? Yee.
I feel like my connection could be better. Oh, goodness
Okay, well,
gracious.
so we don't do anything reckless. Nalfian will have Echo, Echo Nalf stand in that spot instead.
Okay.
Or place the pendulum or the clock hands.
We gotta
Yep.
pull
So
the
you
thing.
would adjust the clock to make sure that the hands that you believe they should be are pointing in the right
And
direction, and then
if
pull the
Echo
chain.
Nalf can't do it, Real Nalf will do it.
I swear to God, if we're wrong after all this time,
My goodness, I'll be so sad.
let's cry.
Echo Nalf, you send him up towards the chain. Of course, having to stay within 30 feet, just because that's kind of the rules of the rules of the thing here. So, you send Echo Nalf forward. And as he reaches up and grips onto the chain, you can see his head kind of cocks for a moment as he looks up towards the door and sort of shakes his head and then pulls the chain, and you can see the chain pulled down. There is this rough metal and stone clamoring and clanging together. And then the stone begins to slide off whatever metal plates there are, and the chain begins to ascend into the dwarvish man's hand. The dwarvish man, on the opposite end of the room, his body splits in half as two halves of the same door split. As you've successfully answered the puzzle.
Yes.
Thank fucking God.
So, as you step through the threshold, moving past the pendulum, whatever those four constructs were in that room, luckily you never had to fight any of them. As you step in, you look around, and you anticipated to see maybe great treasures, maybe an arsenal, maybe something. Obviously, this was elaborate. This could have been deadly, whatever those creatures, those constructs may have been. But what you see before you is odd, to say the least. It is an empty room. Except, on the opposite end where you entered from, there seems to be a large circular door that is currently covered. This large door has 2 interconnected plates on top of it that are semi-translucent. One of an opal ivory, swirling in and connecting with a shadowy obsidian. The 2 halves combining together, meeting in the middle, swirling together, very similar to a symbol of yin and yang from our understanding. As you look in front of you and step forward, you can feel something behind that door. Something that wants out. Something dark and evil. And for a moment, you're not sure if this door was ever supposed to be opened as you look at this feeling you get in the pit of your stomach. This twisting sensation. And at that moment, you can hear Puabi. She begins to shake her head and say, No. No, no, no. Beginning and end. No. And in that moment, you hear footsteps on stone behind you. As walking into the room right behind you, a man with a nose like a hawk smiles and says, My master wasn't sure you could do it, but he's of the belief, why do all the hard work when you can have someone else do it yourself? Do it themselves. Oh. You know, it's very funny to me. You 3, pointing to you, Eurydice, Nalfian, and Twig. You have caused quite a few issues for me. I thought that perhaps this was a mistake. I thought maybe getting too close would cause issues, but this is why I trust my master. Because he knows best how to manipulate those who are less worthy. Oh. 40
Twig,
years.
dear,
I
I'm
have
to
been
ask you to cover your ears.
stuck in this form, waiting
Delphine
for
is
the
not
right
waiting,
moment.
Joe. I'm sorry. He's already drawing his blade.
Okay, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I will. Sorry. He doesn't give a shit about his fucking monologue. Wisdom. Oh, I don't have any modifiers on that. That's a 14.
14, that's failure. As he casts Hold Person and you freeze in place.
Oh my god. Whatever.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Shake my head.
You see, 40 years I've been stuck in this form, waiting for the right moment. And now it's finally here. Go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw, Nalfian. It's every, 6 to 10 seconds.
17.
17, still a failure. I feel so bad for you. The 13 are returning. So many of us have been freed already. Oh. And you have interfered greatly with my plans for Iverion. And I think it's time to show you what the true powers of House Markhold have. As you can see, he begins to crack his neck, and the skin begins to just break. Like when there's just glue that hardens on your skin and you peel it off, it just begins to break like that, and then crack and fall to the ground like slate. As you see, the skin that was once there is not nearly as, while it was older and wrinkly, this is like ash and brimstone, cracks in the face. As you see his form drop, the clothes shed, revealing much more brightly colored clothes. Robes of deep greens and blues and purples and reds. Now, Fiona, I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
A
And
17 again.
guidance him.
I said
Guidance him. I don't know if it's going to count for this or like next one, but can she do that?
Probably on the next one.
okay. Well, it was a 17 again. So
17, yeah.
fail.
You see what is extra worrisome for me? Is that you all had promised to be a truly great adversary. But sadly, it seems to not be your story. Oh. And with that, he goes to crack his fingers, and he begins to raise his hand up towards the wall. As Nalfian, go ahead and make one more wisdom saving throw.
Do I get guidance?
Yeah, you will get a d4 to this.
Okay, well that's a natural 20. So
Woohoo! Nalfian, as it breaks, you have this like reverberation through time and space as this echo attached to you. This older Nalfian just like embraces you and breaks out of it. And in that moment, as you break out, blades drawn, there is this flash of bright purple light, not from Cassius, not from this member of the 13, but from behind him. As before the flash of light even fades away, there is an axe that flies out and slams into the back of Cassius as he sort of heels over and turns around. As you can see, running out of that portal, you can see 3 people. You can see a dwarvish man with long black beard, deep coppery brown skin. He looks very similar to the statue that's in the other room, and you can see Puabi's eyes light up. Papa. The person standing next to him, the woman that threw the axe, long blonde hair, broad shoulders. You recognize a Sigarn, and standing in between the two of them, you see Imriel. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Oh,
What
they
the hell?
got into that. What the fuck? What?
Woo!
Huh?
Woo, there we go. Bada bing, bada boom.
whop.
You need to tell me Imriel's actually helping.
I'm going to choose to ignore that.
Can we still punch him in the face?
Wow, my brain.
Fucking
short-circuited.
Cassius! No!
Yep.
God.
Yep. There we go. Because listen, from like
Are we level 6? I'm concerned.
well, I mean, you read the end of the Eye of the World.
Yet. I can't do shit.
You remember how the
Emerald's there,
end
it's
of
fine.
yeah, you remember how the end of the Eye of the World happened. It's okay.
Okay. Wow.
What
What a time.
I,
No, I'm hype. I'm just nervous. It's kind of scary.
it's very
Oh,
scary.
man.
Yeah.
What a time.
So yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. I'm very excited. It's gonna be I will say this right now. Be prepared at the beginning of next session to roll initiative, but I suppose,
Scream.
or maybe not even initiative. I don't know. Be prepared for a not traditional combat because this is gonna be it's gonna be something
Oh
else.
my. Oh my.
Is this gonna be like bloody Odin
That's
Hrothgar
nice.
combat?
Oh my gosh.
Man,
That was non-traditional for sure.
yeah,
Oh
It's,
my
uh,
gosh.
yeah. It's. I mean, hey, man, it's. I'm very excited. I'll tell you what. Well, because from a DM perspective, like obviously Lila was invested shortly after, right? Because she is now doing this thing, right? Kind of closely related to the Dowie in some way, shape, or form, and she's been exposed to it a little bit. But me as the DM, I'm like, okay, so I know what the members of the 13 are doing right now. I know the ones that are sealed away and the ones that aren't. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew, and I've known ever since the beginning, that I wanted to have times where the 13 weren't like blatantly just out there like, yes, evil, like Nakure,
Yeah, for sure.
And Cassius is he is, obviously a mage.
No, that makes complete sense.
And
all of that does.
I was a little nervous because Cassius's last name, at least what it was on his character sheet on here, was his name was Cassius Finch.
Oh, lol.
So I was a little worried to
Damn.
call him Finch because I was like, is that a little too obvious? But it's
Man,
like
nah, it would run over
nobody,
our
yeah,
heads.
nobody would remember his real name, like.
Hilarious.
I played in the one shot and not even thought about it.
Yeah, and so like I don't know what. Oh, Laufey would have been cool, but no. No. Instead, you
I
have.
was just like 3 people, and I'm just like, is this the Radiant Lord of the Dowie or whatever? And I was like, I don't know.
But yeah, so we have that, and then what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, so this way, Lila has a very, very, very strong connection to the party now, knowing that somebody at her college
for sure.
was a member of the 13. This is like now a calling to
Something
her.
like-
Yeah, there's
Oh yeah.
there's some.
Well, you can do it. Yeah, it's fine.
Even more proud that I drugged him now. So
Yeah, the fact
pretty
that
happy about it.
yeah, she gave him like poop pills like into his food. Yeah.
Made fun of him
Drugged a member of the 13.
aggressively.
lactate. Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. It's hey, listen, you got to get it in when you can. Because, at the end of the day, even though regardless of how powerful they are, like that they're like, practically like undead in a way, just corrupted life, they're still human. Like they can be revived by the Dark One if they're not destroyed by Balefire, but, you obviously
Emerald's here.
well, and
Yeah.
the thing is that
It's
door
like
opened.
sweating.
And that door that you guys opened, is not meant to be. But it's one of those things. How are you supposed to know? Like you were just doing what Puabi wanted because she seemed to know, and this is what Lila was searching for.
Oh yeah, Lila wanted to open. Lila was like, "What's behind this?" Like
Mhm.
dissertation 1. Like this is
All I have to do is show them
Absolutely.
this. I don't even got to write the paper.
right. Take
I mean,
pictures.
we gotta close it after we handle this.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be in some deep shit.
Now I wanted to ask Cassius. There was something that he said. Did you guys make a connection about Cassius?
Oh no, I was just freaking out. What did he say?
No, I did not.
Didn't watch the one shot.
No. Here, like right at the end.
What did he say? I was
No.
just freaking out. Hold up.
Yeah, I was too busy having issues, so.
He said something similar to, "You've been in my way for a while."
Okay, yeah.
And he mentioned Markle.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Super don't appreciate that, but I guess that checks out.
But Professor Finch,
Said he
Lila's
fucked up
known her
his
whole
plans.
life. Yeah.
What if
apparently.
he's like the architect or something?
Yeah, you know what?
that
That
would
would make
check
so
out.
much sense.
Because I was gonna say
Or, like,
it's either
yeah.
that or it's like he's like the head of like House Markle, which I guess would probably be the same thing at this point.
Cassius is spelled with a C or a K?
See.
I spelled with a C.
C.
Good old
Okay.
Roman name.
Okay, all right. So I'm glad that you guys got that connection. Good.
TY.
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you've known him your whole life.
At the 13 yet.
So that means
But
which
that's
means
it's even more crazy.
But it's
'Cause,
good
like-
because we're gonna kill one of them.
Hopefully, he's a really
mean-
powerful wizard, guys.
Well, Emriel will.
Emerald.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna-
hopefully
I'm
Emerald
gonna
will.
kill him.
Yeah.
We might just drive him away because he might just be like, I'm getting too low, I'm gonna bamf.
Yeah, we should try
He
to
is-
kill him.
yeah,
that's
he's
for sure.
outnumbered significantly right now. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, this is
Yeah.
the stakes are getting higher in these sessions. Like it's kind of crazy.
Amazing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I almost forgot. I'm glad I remembered for adding a new party member, for discovering a member of the 13 and discovering the architect of the cult of House Markhold. I would like to welcome all of you to level 7.
Woo!
Yeah.
I've been level
Is this-
6
is
for
this
1.5
effective?
sessions.
I know. Well, I
Good
felt
job.
I debated
yeah.
doing it, but this was just
How
so
quickly is this effective, Joe?
immediately. Like that energy, like of you discovering the seal, like the mental energy that like puts into your brain, and like Emeriel showing up and seeing like, because I can tell you this much, your dwarf boy with the axe, not the one who threw the axe, but the one who showed up, who looks like Puabi. My dude has got like a halo.
Ooh.
It's like
Fancy
glowing behind
boy.
his head. Yeah.
Lila is like, why did I not leave earlier? Like, this is the best time of my life. I mean, it's
Okay,
scary
this
as
has
fuck.
to be like then whatever.
Enlil
it is,
Bani?
Dowie. That would only
The
make
Radiant
sense, right?
Lord of the Dowie. I mean,
It is
I don't
Ryan.
know. You
It
know,
is.
she said,
It has to be.
Daddy,
God damn it.
Papa wore a crown and he sat and
Yeah.
wore a crown.
I've been calling it this whole last time.
It's a king.
Okay, y'all, I gotta go and
Yes,
I gotta use the
go.
bathroom.
Yeah,
Two
go.
things.
I know you said
Okay.
not an hour, and then we went almost an hour.
It's okay. It's okay. We're
Oh,
chill.
God.
I'm still exhausted from this. We had a great day today already, but I
Yeah.
was just like, I should go. Okay.
Okay.
Bye. I love
Farewell.
this. I love you
Farewell.
all.
Goodbye.
This is so fun.
Yay. Okay, and we're also gonna go off live. Thanks for watching, everybody. Talk to you later. Bye.